We are returning from our executive session, so I just need a motion to end executive session.
I motion to end executive session.
I'll second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Profit and a second made by Clerk Toby. And if
It
you
was
could run
Mrs.
us-
Bowles.
Oh, sorry, Mrs. Bowles. Sorry, Mrs. Bowles, and a second made by Clerk Toby. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please, Azure.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Ewing?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. We will just give us a few minutes to start for the regular session. Thank you. Morning, everybody. We're going to call the Peoria Unified Governing Board meeting to order on 11/13/2025 at 6:25 p.m. All board members are present. Moving on to 2 opening exercises, 2.1 moment of silence, 2.2 pledge of allegiance, and preamble of the Declaration of Independence. Clerk Toby, would you like to lead us?
Yes, thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Moving on now to 3, address agenda. 3.1, address agenda and consider adoption or recommend changes. Board members, do you have any changes you'd like to recommend this evening? Okay, then I just need a motion on the floor.
I motion to approve the agenda as presented.
And I'll second.
So we have a motion made by Clerk Toby and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. And Azure, if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mr. Toby,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 4 recognitions, 4.1 recognitions. Mrs. Airy, do we have any this evening?
President Rooks, no formal recognitions this evening.
Okay. I would like to, if possible, Ms. Airy, if we could recognize any veterans in the room, as this was Veterans Day on Tuesday. So if there are any veterans in the room, can we please have you stand so we can applaud? Moving on now to 5, opening call to the public. 5.1, request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. We do have a statement. As we begin to call to the public, a reminder that this portion of the meeting allows individuals to address the governing board on matters within its jurisdiction. Speakers may address non-agenda topics only and are generally limited to 3 minutes each, though the time may be adjusted depending on the number of speakers tonight. The board values public participation and encourages comments that are respectful, constructive, and above reproach. Please refrain from profanity, personal attacks, applause, or other disruptive behavior. While the board respects everyone's First Amendment rights, it is not appropriate to use this time for political campaigning or personal grievances. Anyone who engages in disruptive conduct may have their time concluded or be asked to leave at the direction of the board president. Thank you for helping us maintain a respectful and productive meeting. And if you could please hold your applause, because we do have a lot and we want to get through every single comment here this evening. So you will have 2 minutes, since that we have a lot there, and I want to make sure everybody gets a chance to speak. And Clerk Toby will call up who's on deck after our first speaker of the night. So our first one is?
Yes, if you could, I'm going to call you up 3 at a time. If you could stage right there in the pit, and then as you are called to speak, and then I will also provide who is on standby for those that are also in the overflow room. The first 3, we have Michael P., we also have Joey P., and Emily S. If you can come up to the pit, please.
And also under Arizona law, the governing board is not allowed to respond to public comment, but we will direct administration to reach out for anything that is of concern.
And then on standby, we have Laura T. We also have Miles Newsel, and we have Joe Pabistan also on standby. Thank you.
You may start, yes.
Oh, okay. Hi, my name's Michael Pabistan. I'm proud to be part of the wrestling program here at Liberty High School. I want to take a moment to talk about someone who has made a really big impact on me and a lot of the other students. Our wrestling coach, Coach Eric Brenton. Coach Brenton has been way more than just a coach to us. Under him, our team has grown not only in skill, but also in discipline, teamwork, and confidence. He's created a place where we all feel pushed to work hard, support each other, and represent Liberty the right way. What really makes Coach Brenton stand out is how much he cares about us as people. He always encourages us to keep going, even when things get tough, both in wrestling and in life. He teaches us that success comes from effort, responsibility, and staying consistent. A lot of us have found confidence and motivation because he believes in us. He keeps us accountable, but he's also there to help us when we're struggling. Coach Brenton shows professionalism, patience, and a real commitment to helping us grow into stronger and more responsible people. The things he teaches us don't stay on the mat. He helps us in school and home and in everyday life. I'm really grateful for everything he's done for our team and for the positive impact he's had on students like me. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Good evening. My name is Joey Pabastan. I'm an ex-Liberty wrestler, and I was in the program from middle school to sophomore year in high school. My junior year, I made the difficult decision to pursue my life goals. I feel like most coaches would just say goodbye or not even care to talk to their athletes after they quit. Not Coach Brenton. A few days after I left the team, I got a knock on my front door. Brenton stood there, shook my hand. He took me out to lunch to talk, not to scold me, not to tell me how bad my decision was, not to convince me to come back. Instead, he wanted to understand the spirit of my decision. I was able to explain to him why it was so important that I didn't wrestle that year. By the end of lunch, I realized that even after no longer being a part of his team, Brenton still supported me 100%. He made it clear that if I ever needed anything, he was there to help me. Aside from wrestling, all he wants for me to be happy and achieve my goals. While I was a member on the wrestling team, I never felt threatened or scared, ever. I know if I ever did, I could go to Brenton and he'd fix it immediately. I have only experienced positivity from him, and I know I can still give him a call to this day, and it will help me through whatever I'm doing. My little brother is still current wrestler on the wrestling team, and I can tell that the influence Brenton has on him, this team, is still incredible. Do not take this role model from my brother or the wrestling team.
All right, thank you, Joey. Emily S. is next, followed by Laura T. and Miles Newsel and Joe Pabastan to follow. Thank you. Okay, Laura, Miles, and Joe Pabastan. Thank you.
Good evening, all. A year has passed since the last school board elections in November 24, and before we look ahead to 2026, let's pause and ask a simple question. What has truly been achieved in academics this past year? When each of you five ran, your promises centered on improving student achievement. So tonight, I respectfully ask, what measurable, direct impact have you made on increasing academic performance? We deserve to know whether this board's decisions have truly supported classroom success, strengthened teacher morale, and used our district's budget effectively. Leadership isn't about titles, it's about outcomes, accountability, and delivering results that matter. This district has been amazing, and the Met Academy is a shining example. Last year, the students asked for a gel mannequin, a simple but essential tool for hands-on learning. As a board member, I would have done everything possible to make sure they got them. When students show initiative and passion for their future, it is our duty to match that energy with action. That's what leaderships look like. For many years now, your state has been ranking near the bottom, 48th or 49th in the nation for education. That's not just a number, it's a wake-up call. It represents classrooms without resources, teachers leaving the profession, and students who deserve so much more. Statewide board members have failed to work together to fix our schools, but with qualified leadership, transparent governance, and community commitment, we can turn things around. Arizona can go from the bottom to the top, from an example of what's wrong to a model of what's possible. Our children don't need politics. They need competence, accountability, and vision. And that starts with us, parents, voters, and community members willing to demand excellence. Voting 5-0 for an override is easy. If you truly believe in it, your responsibility doesn't stop there. True leadership means going into the community, explaining why you voted for it, and thank you to those who did exactly so. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. We have Miles, Joe, and then on deck we have Trina Berg, Christine, Wiley, and we'll just go with that one right now. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to talk. My name is Miles Niesel, and I've known Eric for 10 years. Little Miles known Eric for 10 years as well. We started in grade school, worked all the way through high school, and then when high school was over, I continued working with the team as their nutritionist. And so I got to know the kids extremely well. And I'm one of those helicopter parents. Second to Kent. You took the title. Sorry, Kent. Before you showed up, I was number one. So I say I have a very intimate relationship with him and the kids because I spent a lot of time with him. Now, my career as a Glendale firefighter. The reason why I mention that is because we take a ton of classes, sexual harassment, grooming, looking for signs of sexual innuendos, there's different things going on. So when we go to a scene, we size things up immediately. And that's part of our job to see that. And sometimes they're called investigations of things that happen, inappropriate things that happen. So I'm not just an average observer, I'm a professional observer. And I would see things that were inappropriate. In the 10 years I've known Eric, the 10 years I worked very closely with the team, not one time, not one child, not one parent, nobody said anything. And I'm waking up at 4:30 morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, talking at least anywhere from 6 to 12 kids every morning about what they're eating that day, or we're going to weigh in, what's your weight now? So we had intimate conversations all the time talking with those kids. Wasn't just one of the fathers on the team. My son as well was very intimate with all the kids, obviously, being with that team for 10 years. It's 10 years. Then 2 years after I stopped nutrition, little Miles ran it. I've talked to him very recently about all this. I say, is there anything you can think of, buddy, anything at all that's inappropriate? Nothing. To my understanding, there's two families out of literally thousands of kids that Eric has taught. And Eric, and I say teach, because he teached and coached thousands of kids. 2 families. That's odd. Also, I know you can't answer this question, you can't talk right now about this. What new came up from the last time? Did any new evidence come up whatsoever?
I'm sorry, your time is up, but thank you.
Thank you. I have a whole bunch to say, but thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thanks. Thanks for giving me a moment to speak this evening. I really just wanted to say that I love Coach Brenton, and I love the wrestling program. The reasons don't even really have anything to do with wrestling. I love this community that he's built, these students, the families. We all have this beautiful feeling of belonging. And it's nice to know that people have your back and that people care about you. I love that he teaches our students to be good humans. I love the opportunities that he creates for our athletes to compete with the best, because winning and losing at those levels, it really builds character. It allows our children to be more self-aware of what they're capable of. And I love how he inspires them to believe in themselves and how to overcome adversity. I asked my 2 sons to give some words to describe Coach Brenton and what he's taught them. And they said words like discipline, courage, hustle, and integrity. The type of leader you have to be to create such a program, it's just hard for me to imagine what it takes for him to do that every day. Coach Brent's simply an amazing person. Hundreds, if not thousands of families have come through this program, and we all feel the same way. I don't need to do a character assassination of the parents who were involved in the ridiculous claim. They've done a pretty good job of that on their own. You really just simply have to ask about these people within the wrestling community, and you'll know right away what's kind of going on there. Unfortunately, the media cares about the clicks more than they care about the truth. So, you know, it's so much so that they've even sponsored the story so they could push this narrative. I know quite a few of us have emailed Anna Dreyfus from Arizona Republic, but she doesn't really want to know the truth. I even let her know that my son was on the team during the year in question, and I never heard back. In the end, I just want to say that Coach Bren's an awesome human being, and that we're hoping that you guys allow him to return swiftly.
Thank you for your public comment.
So next we have Trina Berg, Christine Wiley, and then last name Stonebracker.
Good evening, President Brooks, members of the board, cabinet. My name is Trina Berg. I'm a parent and teacher in this district. First, I want to thank the fact that Liberty continues to keep coming out. Couple of things to say. I know you read a thing at the beginning that says this is not a place for political campaigning. However, at the last board meeting, that's exactly what some of our board members did. Speaking very frankly about the shutdown that was happening in the government, when the anger should have been directed at all kinds of places. I'm not happy about the fact that I'm going to probably face massive insurance premium hikes in a time that we are facing massive budget shortfalls. And speaking of budget shortfalls with our override, congratulations, you are the board that failed the first override since I was graduating high school. That's on you. You guys always say everything comes back to you. You are the final, you are it, right? Congratulations. I was graduating high school. I've gone to college. I've had almost my entire full career in this district. I'm close to retirement, and for the first time, this district has failed an override. Now, I know you can say we failed one before, but we were prudent and we went on a year early, and we failed by like 133 votes, went back and got our next one. We are facing unprecedented cuts. And I remember standing at this podium saying, if you were going to go for the 15% override, you better be out there campaigning with us. You better be very vocal about it. You better be doing all the things that we need to do, because you, for years and years and years and years, disparaged this district. You called us groomers. You called us names. You spoke negative about us. You created these controversies and these issues in this district with our citizens, with our voting bloc, and then you expected them to just turn around and trust you. It's amazing how you thought that was going to work without you getting out there and doing the work. Miss Ewing, I appreciate the fact you were out there with us all the time. You did a tremendous amount of work. Miss Proudfit, I know I saw you out there. You did a lot. I appreciate it. Congratulations for being the first ones.
Thank you for opening up the public comment and giving us an opportunity to express our thoughts and feelings. I also wanted to thank Melissa Ewing, who knocked hundreds and hundreds of doors and put in countless hours in support of the override. I did want to give her that recognition because she was right there just campaigning with us. I want to take a moment to address comments that certain members of our board have made about our district and the subsequent failure of the override measure. While I understand that certain discussions represent strong opinions and can sometimes be heated, it is important that all stakeholders, including staff, families, leadership, and governing board members, remain united in supporting public education. Speaking negatively about our district can have a negative impact on community trust and undermine the shared goal of providing the best possible learning environment for our students. While constructive feedback is essential, so is ensuring that the tone and context of those conversations promote a confidence rather than doubt. When comments by our own board members contribute to a narrative that questions the integrity or effectiveness of our district, community support for critical initiatives such as override measures is weakened. Moving forward, I hope we can work collaboratively to rebuild trust, strengthen communication, and refocus on what truly matters, supporting the students, staff, and families who rely on our public schools. I look forward to partnering in good faith, engaging in solution-driven dialogue, and ensuring that future conversations reflect the unity that our Peoria unified community deserves.
Thank you. Next, before you speak, sir, we have Devin Mosler, Mr. Jim Byrne, and Ms. Desiree Byrne on deck. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cayman Stonebreaker, and I would just like to take the time to read a letter from one of our former Liberty Lions wrestlers that I used to respect. A little over 3 years ago, I was 14 in my 8th grade summer. After one of the hardest years of my family's lives, I was lost and nervous about going into my first year of high school. One day, my dad told me I was going into the Liberty Lions club practice, and there I met Coach Brenton. Before going into one of the hardest and worst practices of my life, I wanted to quit, especially after going into high school summer practice and asking myself, what am I doing here? I felt like I did not belong, but Coach Brenton saw something in me that I didn't see in myself. Going into high school, I had a newfound confidence. I worked my butt off my freshman year because of the belief he had in me. Although I reached the lowest lows and highest highs, sometimes making mistakes, Coach Brenton always and still believes in me. Many of the conversations I have had with him have left me with a new outlook and my heart a little fuller. Coach Brenton is a figure I look up to and a role model I can vouch for, and many others that they see him in the same way. Humans can be amazing creatures based on the decisions they make in life. And I was fortunate enough to have Coach Brenton in my life. We all make mistakes, no one is perfect, and to hold somebody up to perfection is cruel and unusual. Mistakes make us who we are and make a person or community stronger than ever. Brenton has and will keep on enlightening people of their potential and greatness no matter the circumstance. Thank you, Brody Cobb.
If we could, I'm going to just ask if we could just hold the applause so that we have a lot more comments we want to get through. So if everyone could please hold their applause. Thank you. Mrs. Mosher.
I'd like to sincerely thank Melissa Ewing for her extraordinary commitment and effort throughout the Override campaign. Melissa carried us through this campaign by networking and connecting different community groups with our PAC. She organized sign distribution, showed up to every Canvas event, handed out literature at parent pickup and drop-off outside our campuses, and personally spoke to hundreds, if not thousands, of community members to encourage them to support our district. She was shoulder to shoulder with us every step of the way. I cannot say that for the rest of you. Congratulations. After nearly 6 years of organizing to disparage and undermine the good work of our staff and educators, you have successfully spread enough political propaganda and rhetoric to cause irreparable distrust within our community. We are an A-rated school district that consistently wins awards for fiscal responsibility, and yet our community believes we are failing children and mismanaging the budget. This is the first time since 1996 that our district has failed an override in the 5th year. That must make you so proud. The arrogance to believe that after years of defamation, that you could magically gain community support because you're now in power is laughable. I know you will never take ownership for the toxic damage that you have caused in this community, because that would take integrity and character. This is what dismantling public education looks like, and your name is all over it.
Next, we have Mr. Jim Byrne, Ms. Desiree Byrne on deck. We have Lola Hunt and Kelly Dale. Thank you.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Summers, and the PUSD administrative staff. My name is Jim Byrne, and many of you know me from my time as a teacher and administrator at Liberty High School, as a student at Ironwood High School, and now as a parent. I've been a part of the Peoria Unified family since 1992, so it's fair to say that I've been deeply invested in the district's success for a very long time. Tonight, I'm here as a parent of 2 Liberty students to respectfully ask that you reinstate Coach Eric Brenton. You have the opportunity tonight to do something truly meaningful, to rise above the noise of cancel culture, and to stand with integrity behind one of your own. You can show our community what I already know, that PUSD is the best district in Arizona, not only because of its academics, but because of its supports and stands by its peoples. As an educator myself, I can tell you, the number one thing teachers need to feel is supported. When they do, they'll give you everything they have for their students and for this district. I'll let the wrestlers and families here tonight speak to Coach Brent's impact, but as a former athlete in this district, I know firsthand how deeply great coaches shape the character of their students, lessons that last a lifetime. The facts are clear. Coach Brent has done nothing wrong. Despite having his name questioned, he has remained professional, patient, oh, so patient, and full of integrity, trusting that this district would ultimately do what is right. So tonight, I respectfully ask that you look closely at the facts, search your hearts, and consider a simple question. Where is the evidence of wrongdoing? It does not exist because these allegations are unfounded. Therefore, I humbly and sincerely urge you to immediately and fully reinstate Coach Eric Brent to his position as both teacher and head wrestling coach at Liberty High School. Thank you for your time and for your continued commitment to our students, staff, and community.
I've had the pleasure of working alongside several municipalities and large-scale nonprofits over the years. They all share one common goal: mitigating risk. You all have likely consulted with lawyers on many items, even today discussing this. The discussion goes beyond one individual. I'm speaking of Coach Brenton. It's about safeguarding the future of our educational system through a risk mitigation strategy. Does PUSD side with accusations from families that have already been proven baseless by both district investigations and local police? Or do we stand firmly behind a teacher and coach with decades of unblemished service who has inspired and shaped thousands of students? The choice is clear. We must choose integrity over convenience. Consider the stark realities of today. Per Arizona Department of Ed, 4,200 vacant teaching positions, 1,400 remain completely unfilled, leaving classrooms without any educator at all. Year to date, over 1,000 teachers have resigned from the position. If we give in to unfounded claims now, we set a dangerous precedent. It signals to every current PUSD educator, coach, and admin that their sacrificial faithfulness, longevity, and hard-earned credibility means nothing in the face of noise and bullying. This will accelerate resignations, detour top recruits, and further vacancies. Battling through the short-term storm of media scrutiny and public pressure will be hard, yes. I know you all face it personally on an ongoing basis, all while being volunteers. I'm sorry for that. Yet, I still call you to courage. The long-term rewards are profound. By affirming our unwavering support for exemplary staff, we build a culture of loyalty and trust, empowering us to attract and retain the absolute best of the best staff, which is truly what is needed for every student every day. Mitigate the real risk, avoid hemorrhaging staff, stand with your proven leaders today, and secure that PUSD truly is prepared to shape tomorrow.
All right, next we have Lola Hunt, Kelly Dale, and Andrea Robinson is on deck. Thank you.
Thank you to the board for allowing me to speak. This is my third time attending a board meeting. The first was to celebrate an individual state wrestling title, and the last two have been for something far more important: to defend an amazing educator and a coach, Eric Brenton. In wrestling, there's no room for entitlement. You don't earn a varsity spot because you feel entitled. You don't receive scholarships because you feel entitled. Success in wrestling and in life comes with hard work, discipline, and character. Everything is earned. Eric Brenton has earned everything. He has earned the respect of his athletes, the administration of his students, the admiration of his students, and the trust of the community. He's not just one of the best wrestling coaches in Arizona, he's one of the finest history teachers in Peoria Unified. His impact goes far beyond the mat. He shapes lives, builds leaders, and inspires excellence. Right now, his reputation is under attack. That is not just an injustice to him, it is an injustice to every student that needs a mentor like him. It's time for the defamation to stop. It's time for Eric Brent to return to his classroom and his team. Please reinstate him immediately for the sake of his students and the athletes and the integrity of this district. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Kelly Dale. I am the mother of 3 Liberty wrestlers. Michael here is a sophomore at Liberty, second-year JV wrestler. Joe is going through the program, the Little Kids program. And then I have a graduate, Damian Dale, whom I'm speaking on behalf of since he is he's your newest United States Marine, and he's in Camp Pendleton right now. From Damian, Coach Brenton was a great coach and has never given me a reason to think he had favorites or that I was in danger of any kind. He was a great mentor to me and helped me every time I needed it, whether he was there or not, on and off the mat. It would be in the best interest of the school board to reinstate Coach Eric Brenton immediately. Thank you.
Welcome, Ms. Andrea Robinson. Next, we have Carter Petrie and Robin Thompson.
That's perfect. That's my son.
Thank
So how about that? Give a girl a microphone. Good evening, governing board. Good evening, Dr. Summers and administrative staff. It's so nice to be here with you and have the opportunity to speak. My name is Andrea Robinson. I grew up in Peoria, shaped by this community and educated right here in this district, both elementary school and high school. I have built a community here, and I am raising my family now in the same city and the same district. I also happen to spend 15 years on television news here in Phoenix, the 5th largest city in the country. So I know and understand very, very deeply how powerful a story can be and also how damaging it becomes when it's told without truth or balance. So that is partly why I'm here today, because I am urgently asking you for the reinstatement of Coach Eric Brenton. My son, who you will meet in a minute, is a proud wrestler of Liberty High School. And in fact, I probably tear up, and any good parent would, when they hear their son or their daughter talk about something they love. He is passionate about wrestling and passionate about his team, and he has felt belonging and togetherness and fellowship because of Coach Eric Brenton. My husband also happens to coach under him. And we have seen firsthand the integrity, compassion, and steady leadership that Eric gives to these students. For nearly 20 years, he has poured into them. He builds their confidence, he teaches them discipline, and he shows up in the moments that shape who they become. Funerals, weddings, mission trip send-offs. He is there like a parent with humility and heart, always leading. And guess what? For the last 12 weeks, they don't have their anchor. In its place, one-sided narratives, some with dollars behind, pushing that story with inaccuracies that create confusion, fear, and real harm. Death threats to families, that's happening. We live in a society addicted to outrage that does not want to read past a headline and actually do the work. And I've done the work. I've read every single document, every public record. I know the story, and it's not being told in its entirety. There's missing context, there's misinformation, and when it spreads, kids suffer, and they are suffering. Our kids deserve better, our coach deserves fairness and better, and this community deserves better, and you all know that.
I'm sorry,
So
your time
I'm
is up.
asking compassionately, but urgently, to please reinstate somebody that is a fabric of this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Carter, Robin Thompson, and then Annie Rivera. Thank you.
My name is Carter Petrie, and I'm a sophomore at Liberty High School. I wrestled at Liberty through club and high school since 5th grade. Wrestling is my life, and Coach Branton has poured so much into my peers and I. Coach Branton cares so much about all wrestlers. Last season, I was the smallest, youngest kid on the team as a freshman. Did I feel any danger? No. Did I see any of these accusations that are being said? No. So why does he get his name defamated all over the media? One of my favorite things about Branton is his outlook on life. One thing he's always told us was to be a buffalo and charge a storm, which is like what we're doing right now. I'm confident you will continue to hear nothing but positivity and praise for what Branton has built this program into from the ground up and the years he's invested in so many of us. I'm a better human because of Coach Branton, and I'm thankful he's believed in me from the beginning. I know my coach, and I believe he deserves to come back immediately. This has gone on for way too long. He has built this community, and his care and love for us has been seen over 19 years of coaching and teaching. We need our coach back. He's the best coach and teacher this district has.
All right, Robin Thompson, Annie Rivera, followed by Denise Wells. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, board. My name is Robin Thompson. I'm here tonight to proudly defend Coach Eric Brenton. Both of my sons are currently away out of state at college, and we've talked, and this is what we'd like you to know, is that between the wrestling club and being high school students who have graduated from Liberty, we've known Eric Brenton for over a span of 10 years. What my sons want me to report to you is that Eric Brenton has the highest standard for behavior and conduct, always reminding his wrestlers that this is their program and their representative. They're representing it in that these kids, the coaches, everyone's actions, this is what makes our program great, is how we handle ourselves. My sons have experienced that Coach Brenton leads with the highest level of integrity. We are here because Brenton has earned our support through his actions. This does not have anything about winning titles, winning matches, state champions. That's not why we're here tonight. I have always admired the energy and enthusiasm Eric Brenton shows for teaching and for coaching. What I also want you to know is the extra work that Eric Brenton puts in for these kids is second to none. He's been eager to get them extra hours on the mat, additional help in the weight room, help them with their nutrition. He even monitors their grades and gets them tutoring. He has written countless letters of encouragement and has supported wrestlers during their darkest days. Eric Brenton gets our support. Why? Because he's earned it. He's put in the time. He has been a giver, and we need to support him, and we do. He's a well-respected teacher, coach, and leader amongst his peers at Liberty High School. So we're asking that he's fully reinstated as a teacher and coach at Liberty High School. Thank you.
Okay, we have Annie Rivera. Okay, thank you. Denise Wells, Heather Moss, followed by Stacy Miller. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for allowing me to speak again tonight. I come before you not only as a supporter of our wrestling program, but as someone deeply concerned about the damage caused by false and slanderous statements against Coach Brenton. His reputation has been unfairly attacked. These accusations are not grounded in truth, yet they have been allowed to influence decisions that affect his career, our athletes, and the integrity of this institution. Slander is not just words, it's harm. Harm to a coach, teacher's character, harm to a program, and harm to the trust wrestlers place in their coach. Slander harms not only the individual targeted, but also the wrestlers, students, and families that depend on their leadership. Coach Brenton has consistently demonstrated integrity, professionalism, and dedication to his athletes. His leadership has produced not only competitive success, but also young men and women who embody discipline, respect, and resilience. Parents, alumni, and wrestlers have testified to the positive impact he has had on their lives. As I've said before, my son is a better person because he had Coach Brenton as his teacher, coach, and mentor from the second grade to now as a young adult. My son maintains a close bond with Coach Brenton to this day. I urge you to research these families that have brought these lies forward against Coach Brenton. These lies have spread quickly through multiple outlets by mostly one family, but speed does not equal truth. I can go on about these families involved, but now is not the time. It's time to stop the lies and false allegations brought against Coach Brenton and the Liberty Wrestling program. I respectfully urge you to reject the slander, to stand firmly for truth, and to reinstate Coach Brenton without delay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Heather Moss, followed by Stacy Miller and Randy Blackwell on deck. Thank you.
Board members, Mr. Superintendent, we all know why I'm here. Don't worry, I don't expect a Christmas card. I just want my coach back. I'm here for a factual timeline. On January 18th, 2024, a meeting was held between Brenton, Justin, and Heather Fortenberry about wrestle-offs, lineup decisions, and nothing involving misconduct. Yet, less than 3 weeks later, on February 2nd, Mr. Fortenberry anonymously contacted Peoria PD claiming to have video evidence of sexual harassment. Detectives reviewed the videos and determined that it showed horseplay, students laughing, students joking. Every student in the video had denied any crime, and Mr. Fortenberry was instructed to delete the recordings. Despite reporting supposed serious abuse, Justin kept both of his sons in the program for another 2.5 weeks leading up to the state championships without notifying a single coach, administrator of allegations that he had made to police. He also filed a claim to Safe Sport, FBI, USA Wrestling, the Liberty Administration, and Peoria PD. After that, they all reviewed the evidence. All agencies reached the same conclusion. No criminal conduct, no policy violations, no victims. On March 5th, an investigation was opened against Justin after a parent reported unlawful recording of a nude minor in a hotel room. That was unsubstantiated and closed, but we are still looking for information. Then in May, 4 months after multiple investigations have already cleared the program, Justin introduced an entirely new claim, this penetration poll. This allegation has never been mentioned, not once during any of the prior investigations Mr. Fortenberry initiated from February through March. Police reopened the case again, interviewed students again. Their statements were clear. No one has seen it. No one has felt unsafe. And there wasn't even a poll in a wrestling room. And this is quoted by Kellen Securos in his Peoria PD investigation interview dated June 6, 2024. In 2025, on July 1st, 2024, after exhaustive review by both PUSD and Peoria PD, the conclusion was decisive. No evidence, no sexual harassment, no penetration poll.
I apologize, the 2 minutes is up.
You're totally fine.
Okay,
Thank you.
so sorry.
Okay, next we have Stacy Miller, followed by Randy Blackwell and Kyle Scruggs on deck. Thank you.
So I'm reading a letter from Bella Bocanegra, class of 2023. I've been around Brenton since 2018. Being a girl in a male-dominated sport was a struggle in itself, and I thought coaches weren't going to acknowledge me. To Brenton and Miller, it doesn't matter who you are, what you are, how you were experienced, or how much experience you have, they care. I've been there for my whole high school career, plus the clubs before I even started high school. They trained me, they gave me 100% effort in their coaching ability, even though I may or may not have gone to that high school. It was a family dynamic in that room. I dedicated my high school career to wrestling, so it was in that room from morning till night, and so were those coaches, helping me, motivating me. They took time away from their families to help the kids who wanted to get better because their goal was to have people be the best that they can be and achieve the goals that they wanted. Liberty Wrestling is driven by goals. We wrote down aspects of our wrestling or even just our lives that we wanted to achieve. Coach Brenton would hold us accountable doing something that a lot of people wouldn't, but he did it respectfully. He helped us get our goals. He helped us to achieve our goals, not just to have us write something down and forget it. After not making state my freshman year, my goal was to be an Arizona state champ. I had meetings with the coaches telling them that I truly wanted it. They were there to help me every single step of the way. When things got hard mentally, they were there like father figures. I could have had conversations with them, be vulnerable, and they would even help me through struggles. Wrestling was not only hard physically, but also mentally, and I can't say enough how much having those two men, Brenton and Miller, in that room helped me become the person that I am today. I've come to them for multiple personal issues, and they were always able to talk to me. Some things are hard to talk to your parents about, yet Brenton gave me a sense of security and that it's okay to break down. We all do. It's how they responded to me that meant so much. I have so much to thank these two men for. If it wasn't for them, I probably wouldn't be wrestling in college. It doesn't come easy, but having a strong foundation and people that guide you make it so much better. Brenton is an amazing teacher, an amazing father, an amazing husband to his wife. He's overall an amazing person. I urge you to bring our coach back.
Thank you. Your time.
Okay, Mr. Randy Blackwell, followed by Kyle Scruggs and Todd Avery on deck. Thanks.
Thank you, board members, for being here, and thank you, Superintendent Somers. I've had the privilege to send 3 boys through Liberty from 2010 on to 2017. So, and I've really had, it's been a privilege. It's been a great school district, and I appreciate you guys up there today and continuing on with that. I'm going to read just a brief thing from my son, Aaron, one of the 3. He was a wrestler, and they all played 5 sports. It was exhausting, as you all know. But I'm going to read something from him. He's out of state, and he really wanted to be here super bad. This is a priority in his life. So I'll just read this now. My name is Aaron Blackwell, and I am a former Liberty High School student athlete. By way of background, I attended and wrestled for Liberty High School from 2011 to 2015. I was deeply involved in both wrestling and football programs, earning honors in each and serving as a team captain my senior year. I later played collegiate football at the University of New Mexico, where I was also elected captain and earned my bachelor's degree in business administration. I then continued my academic athletic career at the University of Arizona, completing my master's degree in entrepreneurial science while playing football as a graduate transfer. I share this background to demonstrate that I have spent my life in athletics, academics, and leadership roles under many different coaching staffs. I have seen a wide range of athletic cultures, expectations, and standards. In all of that experience, Coach Brenton and the Liberty Wrestling program stand out as one of the most positive and formidable environments I have ever been part of. Coach Brenton and his staff consistently demonstrated unmatched dedication, care, and mentorship towards every student athlete in this program. Throughout my 4 years, I never witnessed or experienced any form of sexual harassment, hazing, or bullying. In fact, Coach Brenton actively enforced a culture where such behavior was not tolerated in any capacity. He protected, guided, and supported every wrestler, student who came through this program. I have reviewed the articles regarding the accusations with the wrestling program. These claims are deeply concerning, and I sincerely pray that the young men involved receive whatever support he or they may need. However, based on my lived experience, as well as that countless former teammates and students, I can honestly confirm that this behavior never was present, encouraged, or never ignored or tolerated under Coach Brenner's leadership. Thank you all, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Kyle Scruggs, followed by Todd Avery, and then Emily S. if she's returned.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Kyle Scruggs. I was a student here from Park Ridge and Liberty my whole life in Peoria. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak again. I'm sure I can confidently say that every parent, current and former student, and colleagues of Coach Brenton here wouldn't want to be anywhere else but here supporting him. And I truly hope each testimony has reminded you of the impact Coach Brenton has had. It is well known that Coach has been more than just a wrestling coach in the community. He's been my mentor, motivator, and now lifelong friend, and someone I can always count on and go to. He teaches discipline, respect, and confidence, lessons that reach far beyond the mat. Please reinstate Coach Brenton before this district loses the most impactful and dedicated teacher and coach this district has ever seen. Thank you.
I am speaking on behalf of Todd, on behalf of his children. To whom it may concern, I am writing this letter to express my support for Coach Brenton, who has had an immensely positive influence on my life and in the Liberty High School program. After not making the soccer team at Liberty in my freshman year, Coach Brenton encouraged me to join the wrestling team. From the very beginning, he demonstrated not only exceptional coaching ability, but also deep care for his athletes as individuals. He encouraged discipline, teamwork, and perseverance, values that have stayed with me in my collegiate career and beyond the wrestling mat. Being a teenage girl in a male-dominated sport was difficult. It was challenging to be involved in an emerging sport that defied traditional social norms and expectations, which caused me to want to quit sometimes. Brenton was always a steadfast source of support for me. When I doubted myself and my abilities, Coach Brenton took the time to talk to me, encourage me, and remind me why I started. Due to his guidance, I continued in the sport, was a 4-time state placer, and achieved a state title, which I never would have thought I was capable of since I started the sport later than most. Coach Brenton has always been a pillar of leadership in our community. He supports his athletes in their success and challenges, and he continues to serve as a mentor to many of us after graduation. Brenton has been invited to numerous alumni weddings along with other big life events. I often text him to share updates with my progress in college wrestling, sending him the link to watch my matches. He never fails to respond with encouragement and pride, along with little snippets of much-needed coaching. I owe so much of my growth and success in wrestling to Coach Brenton. He never stopped pushing me to see my potential. In my experience, he has consistently shown integrity, dedication, and genuine care for his students and athletes alike. I am deeply grateful for the impact he had on my life and the positive examples he sets for many young athletes. Sincerely, Claire Avery. Her sister Aubrey also wrote one. I don't think I'll get through the whole thing, but Aubrey, Coach Breton made the biggest impact on my life more than any other coach that I have had. When I first started high school, I was scared to do the sport because I tried out for so many different sports growing up, and each team, the players made me feel out of place, like I didn't belong. When I joined Liberty Wrestling, I thought it would be the same, but the fact was completely different. Coach Breton had welcoming, encouraging, loving attitude that made me feel like I belonged there. Once I started practice and a lot got better wrestling, I only wanted Coach Breton to coach me because he was the only one to encourage me and motivate me, which would give me the courage to win many tournaments from then on. I am now a freshman college athlete. I never thought I would be good enough to wrestle in college, and a lot of credit I give to Coach Breton because he always believed in me, supported me when I didn't believe in myself. So those that doubt Coach Breton, negative allegations he is fighting, they do not truly know Coach Breton because he has always put athletes in first, whatever, no matter what they need. Aubrey Avery.
Thank you. Did Emily S. return? Okay. All right, I'll put it aside. Okay. All right, so that concludes our opening public comment. So the one thing board members can address is if they are called upon in a public comment. So I don't know if any board members wanted to address anything. Okay, I will just address the M&O. I will let you guys know that I did attend the Republican LD27 and LD28 meetings. I attended with Dr. Casey Summers. I believe Mrs. Proudfit was at the LD28 meeting, and I believe Mrs. Bowles was at the LD27 meeting, but I got on the stage and I had asked everybody, our PCs, our Republican voters, to vote for the M&O and to get out and support it. So this narrative that I wasn't out there, that is false. I was also at the opening campaign of it, hosted by our mayor, Jason Beck, who also donated $50,000 to the campaign for the M&O to be supported and voted in. So to say that we were not supporting, we also had the LD28 Republicans board. They voted to put the M&O and supporting it on a golden ticket to pass out to voters to approve and support the M&O on the ballot. So that was also Mrs. Proudfit, Mrs. Bowles, Clerk Toby, and myself. We tried to get our Republican voters to support this. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clarified. So with that, we will move now on to 6, Board and Superintendent Summary of Current Events. 6.1, Board Summary of Current Events. Mrs. Ewing.
Thank you. So first off, since the last meeting, we obviously had the election results, and the results were devastating that we didn't pass the override. I had worked really hard on it, and I'd stood by a lot of the folks in the community and worked really hard on it. But I want to thank the staff that after the results of the override came through, that they showed up for the students. The next day, they had to go to work knowing what our district is going to face, the shortfall in the budget that we're going to face. And so I just really want to thank the staff who showed up for their students and made sure that that the education continued on to the highest qualities possible. And I want to thank all of the cabinet that showed up too, knowing the big task that we would have coming forward with the failure of the override. So moving on from that topic, the other thing that's been happening is, as President Rooks mentioned, that there was across all of our campuses, there was the Veterans Day, and I appreciate all the schools that did the celebration of our veterans. So I think it was about 10 or 12 schools. I was at Sun Valley and Country Meadows, which is our Purple Star Academy. And I can say that our council member Rick Stokes was at that meeting as well, and he's a veteran, so it was great to see him, and Mayor Beck's assistant was there too. So I just really want to thank all the schools and the staff who put all their hard effort into those Veterans Day ceremonies. And then something I did forget to mention, that with regards to the override, I do want to thank City of Peoria, both the mayor and all of the city council members, because they stepped up and they got behind this and they endorsed it. and then Councilmember Ray Malnar over in Glendale as well. So I want to thank I also want to thank our PAC and our chair of our PAC, Amy Malloy. She did incredible work. Monica Martinez, she really brought in the donors. That was really awesome work that she did. And David Sandoval, prior board member, he did a lot of work for the community and worked really hard on this. So I just really want to thank the PAC because they worked hard, even though the result wasn't what we had wanted. So with that, I will pass it on to Ms. Proudfit.
Mrs. Proudfit?
I just wanted to, I don't want to belabor the point about the override. We were all there together that night hearing the results, that the override did not pass. So many people spent so many hours, volunteer hours, for the students of our district trying to get this M&O override passed. It was devastating. It was a devastating night. But I will say, that night, Dr. Summers, Marcy was there, and as I was kind of bemoaning, we took the opportunity to say, no, this is an opportunity. We're going to keep moving forward, and we are. We're all extremely dedicated to keep moving forward, and we now have a task, unfortunately, of cutting $11 million from our budget this next year. That's going to affect every one of us. So I guess as a parent in the district myself, my message to you here, since we have so many awesome people here tonight, tell people to get out and vote. I think the most disheartening part about that was not that it didn't go through. It was a percentage of parents in our district that didn't even vote. And so just the best thing you can do always is to show up. We're all part of a village. You know, I'm a sports parent too. We're raising kids together. We're combining our efforts in this school district together, and we have to show up for one another, just like everyone here is showing up tonight for what's important to them. We have to show up and vote each and every time. I will say there were some huge steps forward with this district. During this override, we had incredible support from the mayor, who didn't just show up and offer his buildings for meetings, but he also put up a lot of his own personal money in support. We had great support from the city council, from many different kinds of groups. Mrs. Ewing was able to connect the different district with lots of different business groups. A lot of people showed up. So as we all work towards this, hopefully next time, let's be good villagers. Let's just work on that. You know, someone spoke about outrage culture. It's a real thing. We all need to be better villagers. It's not going to work if we don't. So that's the message I would ask you to take forth in the community in regards to anything we talk about up here. And as we move on to elections next year, be better villagers, because none of us can do this alone. No teacher can do it alone, no parent. The district can't do it alone. Even if we had a budget of $1 trillion, it doesn't work unless we all work together. So that would be my request for you tonight. One piece of good news, lots of championships are happening, and I just got word that Sunrise Mountain Girls Volleyball has made it to the state championships. They just won their third game. My daughter's on that team, so my husband texts me. So they will be playing in that game coming up this Saturday. So if anyone wants to come and cheer them on, I think they're going to be going against Chaparral, we think. But just wanted to leave that with you and thank everyone for coming out tonight.
Mrs. Bowles, board member comments.
Yes, thank you all for being here tonight. It's especially encouraging to see the next generation here. Because it's not a really exciting place to be, let's be real. But we appreciate you being here. The patriotic things that went on in our district were amazing. I didn't get to go to any of them, but I saw them throughout Facebook and all of our social media. But appreciate that, appreciate our veterans. I am not going to speak to the override. I will say this, it was put on the ballot. The voters have spoken. And for whatever the reason, we need to move on and figure it out like you would sitting down at the dinner table figuring out your budget, right? I cannot remember because you spoke to it and now I forgot. Shoot. It's all good. I'll just leave it at that. I know there's a lot of championships going on. That's why I looked over at her because I couldn't remember. Oh, it was the volleyball team. Sorry. We do have a lot of championships going on. is always close to my heart. I will say this, and some of you may be able to hold me to this, but if I could change a law, it would be when you go off to college, because I have children that went to college on sports scholarships. It's a job and a half, like legit. And a lot of these guys have families and yada yada. I think you should get paid. I do. When you play college sports, but we'll work on that. But thank you all for coming out. And sports are a big deal in our district, and know that we hear you. So thank you for being here.
Clerk Tobin, board member comments.
Yeah, thank you, everybody, for coming tonight. It's nice to see a full room compared to what sometimes it is. But so the last couple weeks, I actually went with Mrs. Ewing to my very first band showcase over at Cactus High School. It was quite exciting and loud, but it was great. It was my first time going. I've never been. My kids aren't in band, but it was nice to see that experience. Again, thank you to all the veterans who are here, who stood up, and those that didn't stand up. We still see you. But thank you guys for your service, and I just want to appreciate all the veterans in our lives that sacrifice every day. As far as things that I've done personally, so I actually there's a new organization, Peoria Unified Parent Council, with head up by Brittany Anderson. I had coffee with her and had a good conversation. Hope to have more conversations with her, and speaking of parent engagement, hopefully it will increase parent engagement. Also had a chance to sit in on the winter sports information session at Centennial High School. Just curious as far as how are we presenting winter sports to parents and communicating, and what are we communicating to our families. So it was good to see that. Everything was great. I will say, yes, the M&O, it was not something that we wanted to see happen as far as it failing. I think everybody here on the board voted yes for that 15% because we all believe that we need the 15%. We all have our own talents. We all have our own backgrounds and our spheres of influence. And I think that everybody up here on the board worked to get that M&O approved within their sphere of influence. So I think that we as a district, we say that we lead with excellence, and this failure of the M&O is something that we need to learn from. So I say let's lead with excellence, not excuses, and let's look forward to the next time. Thank you.
Yes, so I wanted to say thank you to our veterans. We had Zuni Hills Elementary. I attended the Veterans Day ceremony. It was an amazing performance. We had veterans there for parents, students. We had the color guard from the JROTC Cactus High School. So I want to say thank you to them for coming out. Students sang to all of the veterans there. So that was amazing to see. So I just want to thank all of our veterans for everything that they've done for our country and the sacrifices that not just them, but also their families make so that we can have our freedoms. I want to say great job to Liberty High School. I attended the Little Mermaid production on their first opening night. They also had the steel drum performers. Mrs. Shanley directed, so that was amazing to see. Thank you to the staff and the families for supporting the students and attending their shows. Saguaro Ranch also attended. Saguaro Ranch went from a C to an A, so they had a school celebration with all of the staff, the students, and the parents. So congratulations to all the staff there for their hard work, and to the parents for supporting their students. Thank you to Ironwood Band and Cheer, because they came out to cheer on the students at Saguaro Ranch. So that was great to see. With Dr. Summers, he was also there, Dr. Hernandez, and I believe Mrs. Ewing, you were there, so yeah, it was great to see. FBLA conference, I know, was November 7th, so I just want to give a shout out to our supervisor over at Mrs. Jody Pennock. I hope I get that right. I just want to give a special shout out because she also helped me pick up my own son in downtown Phoenix, the Phoenix Convention Center, off the side of the curb, so that I could sign him out to go to soccer tryouts. So I just want to say thank you to her for the way that they work with parents and trying to manage all the different schedules so that our students can participate in everything. So thank you. Congratulations to FBLA. I heard it was a great conference and all the opportunities that we have for our students. I also just quickly wanted to say thank you to a community member. Just gave me this before the meeting started, and it's a little card that says, "Those who hope in the Lord will find new strength," Isaiah 40:31. So thank you to that community member. And last I'm going to end with is, "The fearless heart of a lion inspires courage and all who witness its mighty war. And with that, we have board members hand out Peoria Unified Leading with Excellence Shaping Tomorrow pins to recognize people in our community who go above and beyond for our students and their schools. And I just want to bestow this pin. We haven't really done this area yet. It is a parent who is dedicated and is newly elected to the Liberty Lions Wrestling Booster Club as president. Heather Moss deserves this pin.
Do we know a timeline on Coach Britton's decision? Do we have anything is that allowed to be discussed? Do we have
I apologize, but we cannot, we have to stick to the agenda items. So we can have administration reach out afterwards, but we have to stick to our agenda, otherwise we will violate open meeting law. So with that, we will move on to 6.2, Superintendent Summary of Current Events. Dr. Summers.
Thank you, President Rooks, governing board members, cabinet, and all of our guests here this evening. So I'll just echo some of the same sentiments that were just shared. First and foremost, we do, President Ricks, do we want to give a minute for the room?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, we can. Thank you all for coming out. Oh. Dr. Summers, we're going to recess for 5 minutes. One of our board members needs to use the restroom, so we're going to recess for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Summers, would you like to take it away on your superintendent comments?
Sure do. Thank you again, President Ricks, governing board members, what's left of our audience. I will just preface what I'll say with, I won't take any offense to the fact that people did not just show up for the comments that I'm going to share. But I do want to just echo previously what had already been shared. We had some awesome Veterans Day celebrations across the district. So just shout out to all of our schools for how they showed up to thank our servicemen and women. And we are just grateful for their service. So thank you for those opportunities to conduct that recognition. While we were, as Mrs. Ricks pointed out, at Zuni Hills, we also launched a new recognition, which is a summer spotlight. So this is a program that allows parents specifically to nominate staff who they believe embody our vision of every student every day prepared to shape tomorrow. And our first spotlight was on Tiffany Buffington, cafeteria lead at Zuni Hills Elementary, who has gone above and beyond to support a 6th grade student in the ABLE program. And the student's mother shared that Tiffany's care, leadership, and genuine investment in my son's success have truly been life-changing, along with a lot of other comments that we were very appreciative of. So we were able to surprise Tiffany on Monday, and thank you, President Ricks, for being there as well. And we do look forward to sharing more of those spotlights in the coming weeks and through the year to elevate the work of our staff that we are doing to encourage our number one goal of student success. So we do encourage our families to check Parent Square to learn more about Tiffany's story, as well as to nominate a deserving staff member. As was also alluded to, we do have a number of accomplishments that have occurred over the fall with a variety of our sports programs and student athletes. So we want to congratulate all of those who've wrapped up on their seasons, recognize the hard work and commitment that is required for these students, their coaches, families, boosters, and all who play a role in their success. And we do want to offer up that congratulations. Congratulations to Sunrise Mountain on a state championship in badminton. So if you haven't heard about that already, now you know. And then we also have our Cactus, Liberty, and Centennial football teams that are still making their way through the playoffs. And Mrs. Proudfoot, you are accurate. Sunrise Mountain is advancing to the state championship game, but I also want to shout out Centennial Coyotes, who were in the semifinal game. Again, congratulations to all there. Also want to shout out all of the great work that occurred last Wednesday across all of our high schools who hosted 8th grade students, the class of 2030. From their feeder schools for My Life Day. And this unique experience provides an opportunity for all of our 8th graders to explore their future campuses and learn more about the career and technical education opportunities available to them when they start high school next fall. So again, big thank you to the teachers, student leaders, and all of the staff who come together to make this annual experience possible. And then something else that was really cool, at Cactus High School, we had 68 students on Friday, last Friday, that attended a math escape room hosted at Arizona State University's West Campus. Unlike other tests and competitions, this team-based escape room focused on logic, creativity, and collaboration using ideas from geometry, statistics, number theory, and graph theory. So it sounds like quite the experience, maybe a little bit above well, it's been a while, let's put it that way, since we were in high school. So just a big shout out there. And I think that accounts for the current summary of events. So President Rooks, thank you. Turn it back to you.
Thank you. Moving on now to 7, action item 7.1, consideration of guaranteed maximum price, GMP number 2, contract for the Liberty High School Classroom Building Addition Project. Welcome, Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you, President Rooks, Clerk Toby, members of the board, Superintendent Summers, and the community. So this evening, I have DLR, who is our architect, and McCarthy, who will be constructing this building with us. I'm going to turn over this presentation to the architect, DLR, David, and he's going to walk you through how the process has worked in the design that we will be asking you to approve the GMP2 for this evening.
Thank you, Marcy. My name is David Schmidt. I'm an architect and principal with DLR Group. We're an architecture and engineering firm that designed the project that you'll be looking at. I'm joined here by Keith Wong, who was the specific project architect for your project. You're being asked today to look at approving a GMP to approve construction of this, but we thought before we go ahead with that, it might makes sense to take a step backwards and look at what it is that we're actually proposing to build here. So we'll just before we jump into the GMP, I'll show you a little bit of that. Before we go to the next slide, please turn your attention to the lower right, the photograph of the lower right there, and that's the existing school. And so take note of the aesthetic of that project. And as we show you some of the new things, it'll make more sense as to why they look like they do. So with that, what are we doing? Two components to the project. An addition at the north side of the campus that aligns with the existing classroom buildings, is meant to look like a component of the original campus and like it wasn't an addition. And then secondly, in addition to the existing gymnasium building with some specialty components for athletic training and so forth. And so as we jump, well, actually, one note, the memorial to Officer J.J. Judd is at the location of the northern building itself. And so we've made a little tribute to him in the building itself by putting his call sign in the front of it, Mary 551 as well. So two pieces. On the right-hand side, you'll see that northern building, which is a simple classroom building. We're providing 7 core curriculum-type classroom buildings, providing needed restrooms for the students that it'll be housing, and then a needed staff restroom as well. On the left side, you're seeing the addition to the gymnasium building, and you'll notice another core curriculum classroom, but then a specialty classroom as well. Dedicated to sports medicine, and then an actual training facility that will support our student athletes that use the gymnasium and the other sports facilities at this high school. So jumping into the GMP itself, as you recall, there was a GMP to pre-order some of the initial long lead components of this project, and so if we move forward with this tonight, we'll be ready to go with those. What you're looking at tonight is the lavender column there, which is the main guaranteed maximum price. And then you've got it totaled up just to the right of that. And then in the box on the far right, we've got total project cost, which includes all those soft things like permits and things like that, which coming in just under budget. One item of note, McCarthy was chosen based on qualifications and for their expertise in building projects like this, but all of those numbers that you're seeing right there were competitively bid among a qualified list of contractors, and so through this CM at risk process, we're really getting the best combination of value and cost there. With that concludes the presentation. I'll remain at the podium if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. We don't have any public comment. So Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments on this one?
I don't know if this has been addressed with the revisions that were put on this, but I know I saw all sorts of questions about the bathrooms and how the bathrooms are set up. And I think that sometimes when we look at blueprints and to actually visualize what it's going to look like once it's done, it's two different things. So I just was wondering if you could kind of walk us through, and I don't know whether that's you or Ms. Garcia, that can walk us through like what we're looking at as far as on the sports medicine side and what that is all about, and then the bathrooms on the ones in the gymnasium addition and the ones in the classroom building.
Sure. So if you want to just start on the left side of the screen, the sports medicine classroom is just a larger classroom that has some components there for the actual teaching of sports medicine, which is separate from the actual training facility itself, where they can actually tape up athletes and get them ready to go before and after games. And so those two components are kind of kept separate, although I imagine some of the same students are probably working in both. Okay. Yeah, as far as restrooms go, so we've provided separate and equal facilities for both men and women. They have a door on them. They have typical stalls. The sinks themselves are inside the bathrooms themselves. This is a fairly traditional approach to bathrooms. And then it's in that, I'm sorry, it's in that gray area on the bottom center of the right-hand plan. And then just above that, in the corner of the hallway, you'll see a staff restroom, a single occupant staff restroom. Sorry, did I answer your question?
Yeah, kind of. So you talked about the bathrooms in the classroom building. Those are separated. I feel like folks, they thought that there's a woman's side and there's a men's side, or a girl's side and a boy's side. They're not intermingling in that. And then you have what we're looking at outside is the staff restrooms that are single occupancy uses there. And I'm assuming there's one of the bathrooms there is set up for disability or ADA set up for any of our students that might have those particular needs. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then if I pop over to the gymnasium addition here, you mentioned the different classrooms, and then are these, I know that when I think of sports medicine and I think of trainers and that type of thing, I know our trainers do a lot of different things. So are these showers, or what are these things that we're looking at in the blueprint here?
So the area there that's not colored in on the upper right of the left-hand plan is the existing locker rooms that already exists in the building.
Okay, that's the existing locker rooms?
The part we're adding is the two blue areas, the green area, and that little hallway in gray that connects them.
Okay, gotcha. All right, thank you. Yes, I think you've answered my questions on the layout of this. Oh, and then and I don't know that we know this yet, but the classroom building one, do we know, is that going to be geared towards specific groups of students, or do we know that yet? Programs?
President Ricks, governing board members, the classroom additions are open and available to any and all programs, so they're considered multi-use, if you will. So depending on the classes themselves and spatial considerations as the master schedule develops, they're not restricted to any one specific content or program at this point.
But they're not like we have automotive at some of our schools, or we have culinary. So these are just going to be regular classrooms, not
That's correct. They're
specialized.
considered multi-purpose for that
Okay.
reason.
All right. Thank you.
Dr. Summers, just real quick, maybe you could help further answer Mrs. Ewing's question. There was a different design yesterday morning that was changed previously. It didn't have doors.
President Ricks, governing board members, what was brought to our attention in the original design that was originally posted was the entry into either the male or female parts of the restroom did not have a door or a separate entry that was prescribed. So that was a conversation that we had with our partners here at DLR. So what you're seeing is now the updated design that is reflective of what the plan is in front of your consideration for this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Summers.
Thank you.
Mrs. Proudfoot, do you have any questions or comments?
I do. First of all, very, very, very excited about this. It feels kind of weird to talk about spending this much money with the cuts that we have coming. However, I will just reiterate that safety is number one. Safety for our students has to come first. Nothing can come after unless our students are safe. And one of the challenges that Liberty High School has had for many, many years is that they have overcrowding in classrooms. They need more classrooms. In fact, when I was a parent sitting in the audience, the first public comment I gave was about the overcrowding at Liberty High School and why we hadn't done anything about it sooner. So even though the population is kind of evening out, which is a great thing, so we can catch our breath for a minute, this was needed a decade ago. So very excited about this. I do have one question, and I don't want to beat a dead horse because I've brought this up many times. Is there a cost difference between having a urinal versus a toilet? I see on the presumed men's side of the restroom, we have an open urinal. Is there a cost difference? What is the benefit to that?
The cost difference would be relatively minimal, and probably in the partition itself. Like the fixture is not going to cost more or less, but the partition that surrounds the other toilets is probably the cost.
But it's minimal?
A few $1,000s.
Okay. I have a hard time with urinals being open, and we have so much talk about safety in restrooms, and then we're just okay with the open urinals. So it seems to me like we could put a toilet there. I'll leave that to the experts, just have to express my feelings about that. Other than that, it looks great. I think it's great to have additional room for sports med. That's really kind of, it's well established, but also very up and coming for our students who are wanting to go into sports med. And I've had the opportunity to be in some of the med assisting classes, and so very excited to see some additional resources in the gymnasium area, which will serve those students very well. So thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Dr. Summers, for clarifying that, because that would have been what I was going to ask. If I'm glad to see we have male and female bathrooms and that they are enclosed. And to Ms. Profit's point, I've heard Ms. Profit bring that up before, and I am not a man, but they seem to like the urinals, so I'll leave that alone. I have one off question. I think it's a little off from what we're talking about, but I had kids in sports many, many, many years, it seemed anyway. And are these, and I know you're not the person building them, but can somebody answer for me if we actually are using these showers? Because when my kids were in the district, they stunk when they went to church on Wednesday nights because the showers were never open. I'm just being real.
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, I do not have data to be able to share this evening with you about that particular question. That's certainly something that we can follow up on.
Time is one thing, but they didn't even have them open. So, we can have the most beautiful restrooms and showers, but if we're not even using them, maybe we need to use it for something else. But it would be nice if they showered. I'll leave that alone.
That's a fair point. Thank you for that.
I will tell you the answer is no. There are no high schoolers showering on campus.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
So I was looking for the fencing item, just with the new addition, it seems to be outside our perimeter for the fencing, but I do see a line item towards the bottom. Does that fencing line item include that inclusion of that new building within the perimeter of the footprint?
Just a second, we're bringing up the experts.
Yeah. So no, there is no fencing that surrounds that new building. There is fencing that goes from the existing building I guess it's to the east, where the students come in and go past into the campus itself. But this particular building has just at each walkway will have a fence or a gate there that keeps the campus enclosed and secured.
Yeah, I think that south building, as someone mentioned, it's within the fencing footprint already, but that north building, that angled sidewalk is where the fence currently exists. So I'm just asking.
Yeah, there's another one that's going to be
So we're going to push that fencing out to incorporate that building that's going to the parking lot.
Between the buildings.
And then to settle the urinal thing, leave it alone, as I'm going to say.
I will say too, I have 3 boys, and for some reason, I don't know why, that's what they prefer at school. And if not, if they don't like the urinal, they do have 2 extra toilets there in the picture. So moving on from the urinals, thank you. I just want to say thank you to Dr. Summers for my concern that I had yesterday morning on the first design and then changing that design. Thank you for you guys. If you guys helped with that change process, I appreciate that quick change to tonight's meeting. I think it looks great. I think that it is definitely overdue of bringing in more classroom space to Liberty High School. They need it. And I think this is a good creative way to do that. So yes, Clerk Toby, do you have something further? Oh, okay.
Question.
Yes.
And I'm not sure, Mr. Schwartz, Chief Wong, if this goes to McCarthy or not, but the doors on the restroom, are they floor-to-ceiling doors or are they 3/4 doors like in the other restrooms?
You're talking about the exterior doors, the doors into the
The
restroom
doors to the
itself, or the partitions?
The partitions, the actual stall doors.
Full height.
Probably full height, but they're 12 inches clear at the bottom, and then they go full height to the.
Okay. So I don't know if you heard that. So they have some they have some opening at the bottom, and then they go full height to the ceiling.
My only recommendation, and this is just based on the, I forget the institute's name that actually studies restrooms, is that we don't go to the ceiling with these doors, especially because, especially the ones that go inward. There's some safety issues there that concerns me. I would just ask that they be the 3/4 doors that we find in other restrooms.
Yeah. Right now, thank you. Well, right now they're chosen to be 12 inches from floor to the bottom of the partition, and then from the partition to the top of the partition, about 5 feet. So it's not full height to the ceiling.
Okay, yeah, that was my question. Thank you. Yeah, we've had some examples where they actually go all the way to the top of the ceiling. I just want to make sure that wasn't the case. Thank you.
It's what we call overhead brace partitions. So there's a rail that comes from the wall to help support and secure that partition in place when it doesn't go full height.
All right. Thank you, Chief Wong.
All right, if board members don't have any further questions or comments, thank you for being here this evening for this to design and working with our district. We appreciate your time. So with that, I just need a motion on the floor.
I will motion to approve the guaranteed maximum price GMP number 2 contract for the Liberty High School Classroom Building Addition project as presented.
And I'll second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Proudfit and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. And Azure, if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
President Ricks?
Yes.
Thank you.
The motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you again. Moving on now to 7.2, second read policy, new policy 1-204, no diversity, equity, inclusion, DEI initiatives. Dr. Summers, I know you're presenting. If you want to present first, and then we do have public comment time to this line item.
Good evening again, President Rooks, governing board members. Actually, my presentation is pretty brief in the sense that the revisions that were discussed at the last meeting have been updated with you all this evening. We did a clean copy just because there was a lot of markup to the previous one. So what I can do, actually, Terry, if you don't mind, just starting from the top, the purpose statement and the definition was the same from the last draft. The only significant change from the previous draft was specific to the additional definitions that, based on the conversation and the advice that the board received, is reflected specifically around the DEI framework. And then in addition to the definition, if we can scroll to that next section on the policy statement, the first paragraph stays the same. The second and third paragraphs there under the policy statement are updated to include references to all applicable federal and state civil rights and non-discrimination laws. And then that consistent with federal grant and funding requirements. That additional section, I believe, was noted as well for inclusion. And then finally, the guidelines themselves. I know we were kind of toggling a little bit back and forth on those. So the current draft of those guidelines is what you see reflected with this current draft. So at this time, I am ready to respond to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. So we will start with public comment. You will have 3 minutes, and the first one is Emily S. I don't know if she came back or not. Okay. I'll try to put her in the back. Laura T.
1 minute extra. I love you all. I miss you all. I didn't have time to say that before. I had 2 minutes only, and you know me. I fully support removing DEI policies that put race, gender, or ethnicity above merit and competence. And this principle shouldn't stop there. I give you a bit of feedback, but also some thoughts. It should guide who we elect to our school boards. Vote for qualifications, not slogans. Vote for merit and experience, not party lines. Thinking about elections all these years, scary thoughts. Education is not a political battlefield. It is the foundation of our children's future. Imagine a school board chosen for expertise, a financial expert understanding and hence making sure the budgets are managed responsibly, a communications professional ensuring transparency, a safety specialist keeping campuses secure. Thanks, Jeff. This is how you build a strong, functional school system. Leaders who can write good policy, look for solutions, solve problems, guide schools, capable and knowledgeable to evaluate superintendents and hold them accountable. Too often, we elect people with passion but no preparation, influence but not insight. The result? Schools struggle, teachers lose trust, students fall behind. Yes, I agree. No more DEI experiments in leadership. Merit matters. Competence matters. In the next election, remember parents, your children's education depends on the people you choose. Move beyond politics. Vote for results, experience, and ability. Let me be clear, you do not need your rights restored. You already have every right to be involved in your child's education. What you need is action. Stay informed, get involved, elect leaders who are truly qualified. Our children deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Next public comment comes from Kat DeLuca.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, and community. My name is Kate DeLuca, and I want to speak regarding this new policy, prohibition of diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. It is human nature to fear change, to surround ourselves with the familiar, the understandable, and the things that make us feel safe. However, no advancement in human history has been made by retreating from growth or settling for the status quo as this policy would dictate. DEI policies are not mandates. They are organizational frameworks that seek to promote the fair treatment and full participation of all individuals. Organizations that choose these policies do so because they understand the value inherent in a fair and diverse workforce, school, or community. There is no downside to embracing diversity, equity, and inclusion. Studies show that communities, companies, and schools thrive when everyone is included and represented. A broadening of our awareness and understanding of people that are different from us allows for greater creativity and collaboration, freeing us from outdated thinking and opening us up to new ideas and possibilities. In a school setting, it promotes the important skills of critical thinking, resourcefulness, and invention. If this school district chooses to alienate ourselves from all organizations that choose diversity, equity, and inclusion, we will be depriving every student and educator of valuable resources that contribute to their success, both in and out of the classroom. We will be telling our staff, students, and their families that we prefer our own outdated political preferences over their access to the resources they require for a superior educational experience. As a district, we can choose to go backwards or stay stuck in the old familiar ways that are comfortable to a minority of individuals in the district, or we can choose to move forward into a more inclusive, equitable, and diverse future, a future where everyone in the PUSD community has access to the tools, the respect, and the protections they need to feel safe, supported, and valued in our schools. Thank you.
Next public comment comes from Charmel Bolster.
Good evening, President Rooks, board, our wonderful cabinet, and Dr. Summers. all of our guests here and those who are listening online. This is certainly an improvement over what was brought forth at the last meeting, and I'm grateful for that. I also have to say at this point that I'm so glad that we do have a board who does not want to see all of the left ideologies coming in, things that we know aren't good for our students, and that we do want the kinds of things we want to build character with our students. So I'm grateful that our board and our district doesn't have some of the problems I see around the country who are still dealing with DEI and so forth and want to continue them in the district. The only thing, as I said, this is much better. I do have a concern still for number 2 under policy guidelines for training and professional development. To me, the way it's written, it's not exactly clear as to what you really are saying. My concern is that we have, well, I'll go to our musicians because I'm a musician, but all of our arts education, you renewed these memberships for them so that they could participate. My question to you is, now what are you going to do when they come forward and the staff wants to travel for conferences that are going to help them be better teachers? A lot of these places and some of these fine arts particularly may not do away with everything with DEI. That remains to be seen. But as we had as Dr. Summers said that night, we were not in jeopardy of losing our funding if you did renew those memberships, which thankfully you did. So my question is, what are you going to do with these people when they come up and they want to travel and they want to go to conferences? If you pass this, I fear that you're going to say no to them because some of these places still might have that. So I cannot support this in the way it is now unless I would have the assurance that our staff get the training that they need to be better teachers in our classrooms. Please, I watched you grill last year. All of these people that came up for staff development for travel and so forth. When Dr. Hernandez had all these wonderful guidelines in place, she scrutinizes those, but it wasn't enough for you. So a lot of them got passed. I don't know whether all of them did or not, but I fear with something like this, you're going to say no when there is no need to because they're not going to do the things that they shouldn't do. We have things in place to protect them and all of us here. So thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment comes from Trina Berg.
Good evening again, President Rooks, members of the board. This is an improvement. It's not wonderful. It's an improvement from the first one that we had. I still have a couple of questions on here. So, like, for example, in the definition, it says in here, sorry, I apologize, the policy statement. It says, the district will not develop, adopt, or promote programs, curricula, or initiatives that advance DEI as an ideological or prescriptive framework. Again, I'm asking, does this exclude things like Black History Month, Women in Science, where we actually, specifically very targetedly talk about women and their contributions to science? I know I personally very specifically talk about 3 women who were, I don't know, had their work stolen, presented by men, didn't get the credit they were due until later. So would I be advancing a very specific DEI policy if I did that? Because I will continue to talk about the woman who actually discovered stars made of hydrogen and helium, and Annie Jim Cannon, who helped to create the HR diagram that we still use today for classification of stars, and also Mary Anning, who's literally the founding father of paleontology, who did not get the due credit that she deserved. So that is one question I have. Another question is the same as Charmel with the training and professional development. This just says that we are not going to do anything that, oh my God. Sorry, number 1, curriculum instruction. It's been a very long day. The district shall ensure that instructional materials and teaching practices reflect academic rigor and factual accuracy. So again, if I'm doing that, am I giving factual accuracy, or am I promoting women in science, which is a DEI framework, according to some people? As far as the inclusion and admittance into some of these different areas, especially for the arts, I know the answer before was, well, let boosters do it. Do we have boosters in place right now? Do you have any idea how long it takes for a booster to get up and running? Why are we going to ask parents of arts people to pay for something that we should just be doing anyways? Because this is a very integral part of their education. We should not be denying people the access to go to these trainings and participate in these different organizations because they understand the importance of trying very hard to get people represented that very recently in history were not allowed to be represented. So this policy, while better, still needs some work. I would appreciate if we go back and try and refine some of the language so some of this is more clear. But I do appreciate the fact that this is a lot better and, doesn't throw in like CRT and whatever that, the example of CRT in this district was a class that was not even an approved class.
Next public comment comes from Mia.
Hi. So I just wanted to say thank you for bringing this policy forward. I like the definition, and I like the policy guideline that the racist DEI initiatives will not be in the district. I've heard multiple educators express that teachers are worried that they won't be able to attend DEI conferences. And again, I think that's good. Let's get back to seeing the student for the unique individuals they are, rather than reducing them to their skin color or their socioeconomic status or their circumstances. Now that the override has failed, and the taxpayers may not even be able to afford to send educators out of town and to these expensive conferences, maybe the district can save some money by possibly bringing someone in that can adhere to the policy. So just a thought, but thank you again for continuing to put excellence in front of our children.
And last public comment comes from Emily S.
Good evening, Board. I'm glad to be here after supporting Sunrise Mountain Marching Band. Go Mustangs. Amazing marching season. As you know, I am not, I think this is a harmful policy. And at the last meeting, agenda item 8.9, the training for SRO in working with identifying children with special needs, that actually could be considered DEI because we're looking at a very specific population. So many who work in the DEI field would say that is actually DEI. So that's something for you to consider because DEI goes beyond race, goes beyond gender. It includes ability, neurodivergence, et cetera. It is an improvement, I will agree, to the previous policy brought forward. However, the definitions are still inaccurate. So that needs to be worked on because they're not accurate regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion. So that's one issue I have. Also, when it comes to curriculum and instruction, it says, factual accuracy. So my question is, are we just going to teach dates and battles of whatever and, Japanese internments? It happened, but these are the days. Are we not going to allow children to read about people who actually experienced that? Are those books going to be banned? When it comes to Indian boarding schools, are we going to say, yeah, the U.S. did this. We have Indian School Road just south of us, right? But are we going to be able to have children read fictional accounts of that? Are we going to have them be able to read memoirs of that? I fear probably not if this passes. And how will you determine what falls under DEI when it comes to books, when it comes to curriculum? Are you going to have a list of words? If this word is in a book, in a text, can't have it, it's DEI. I'm just concerned who is going to be monitoring this? How is this going to be implemented, really? Who's going to have the final say? Because, again, if you bring in experts in DEI, their perspective will be different. DEI is not just being able to read the Diary of Anne Frank, being able to read a memoir. Because that, to me, is history. That's factual history. It might not be your lived experience, but it is a thing. And again, DEI also aims to address racism. I know some people believe that the U.S. is not racist. If you talk to my husband, he will have a different story. If you talk to children who attend PUSD, they will have a different experience. Same with sexism, same with homophobia. So I don't want to see PUSD get sued again, right, for not addressing racism. So by eliminating this, we'll definitely leave the door wide open for that again, because if we can't talk about other people's experiences, it's just shameful, honestly, and it will be bad for students and families.
And that concludes our public comment this evening. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
I do. I actually have a lot. So at the last meeting, I had requested that we have the lawyer put together something that gives kind of a summary of what has happened. And I asked for that because we had several community members who said, I thought this was settled. There's the Dear Colleague letter and so forth. But I think it's important for our community to understand legally where do we stand, because all of our policies should be based, our definitions and so forth should be based in law. So, and you can find this anywhere, but there are two most recent rulings, one of them's out of Mississippi, another's out of Illinois. So I've got it here on my phone. I'm just looking it up. It's basically that the Dear Colleague, the ban on DEI was vacated. The law was deemed vague and overbroad, and the statutes did not clearly define what promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion or what divisive concepts meant, leaving educators and institutions uncertain as to what was prohibited. So even after that came out, after Tom Horn had asked all of the schools to confirm that we were within compliance, and we had Dr. Summers sign something saying that was in compliance. So as a result of those laws, that no longer has to be enforced. And so this policy that we're putting in place, what's really interesting is the court, the president and the courts couldn't even decide what is the proper definition of DEI. And the courts determined that what he put in there was vague and unconstitutional. And so that means that we have to be very careful with our language that's in this policy. Now, what I'll tell you is that whenever we also are making a policy, we need to make sure our definitions are specific to the industry we are in. So what we have here is defined as DEI. It's great because now I understand when I have folks talking about DEI and how it shouldn't be in schools and why it shouldn't be in schools, I understand their definition and their perspective as to why it shouldn't be in there, right? But if you actually look what in educational equity and what diversity is, so there has to be, so first of all, there has to be some sort of recognition that our definition of DEI frameworks is very different from Arizona Department of Education, U.S. Department of Education, and all of these other industries, and also businesses, that they are very different. So when we see the words DEI on a website, that doesn't mean what certain people think it means. And so we have to be very, very clear. Diversity, just the word, refers simply to the presence of different backgrounds, experiences, and perspectives. We look at our strategic framework, we know we are trying to teach every student every day. So we have 67 different languages that are spoken in our district. We have all different folks from all over. We have diverse students, diverse staff. We have diverse people, diverse board members. That's not a terrible word. Equity. Equity ensures that students have fair access to opportunities by addressing barriers, not by guaranteeing outcomes. So we know that that's why we have IEPs. That is why we have accommodations. We are making sure that we are breaking down those barriers and giving our students exactly what they need in order to succeed. That is educational equity. Inclusion means that every student feels valued, respected, and able to participate fully in school life. That is we need to have welcoming schools, safe and welcoming schools. That is what inclusion means. So if you look at some of the laws, like an IDEA, when you talk about educational equity and why we need to have definitions that are consistent with the laws that we are required to follow, in IDEA, you have free, appropriate public education. That reads that guarantees that every eligible child with a disability is entitled to a free, appropriate public education designed to meet unique needs and prepare them for further education. That means that we need to make sure that we are providing educational equity. That's what all the websites and the trainings and so forth are doing. They're giving our staff the skills so they can make sure that they're providing the proper instruction to our students. In IEPs, each student receives an IEP tailored to their strengths and needs, ensuring access to the general curriculum and supports necessary for meaningful progress. This means equitable accommodations. It doesn't mean that every student gets the same or equal. It means they get equitable according to what their needs are. So we have to have DEI frameworks if we are going to provide what we are required to provide by IDEA and IEPs. The other thing we have to do is in least restrictive environments. Students with disabilities must be educated with their non-disabled peers to the maximum extent appropriate, with supplementary aids and services as needed. That is equity, and that's also, we know our students with disabilities learn best if they are included in the classroom. That is inclusion. So, where do we go from here? We have some individuals that have defined diversity, equity, inclusion as noted here. And yes, we need to be focused on merit. We need to be focused on competency and individual ability. Yes, we need to be focused on those things. But the moment that we start using the words diversity, equity, inclusion, and saying that we're going to ban those things, then it's completely incongruent with what we're required to do by law. And DEI framework, the definitions that we're using aren't even in alignment with some of the academic research, federal resources, agencies such as the U.S. Department of Education, Title VI, Title IX, IDEA, and Rehabilitation Act. So I do think that there is a way forward to define what we are not doing and what we are allowing by law to do. So the first recommendation that I would make is just to title it, Prohibition of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion. That right there means that we're not going to treat students that have disabilities in this community based on educational equity and based upon the law and how it's defined. So we need to define this. Maybe it needs to be titled more like the things that we are going to do. Merit, competency, and individual ability. We can say things like the district affirms its ongoing commitment to comply fully with all applicable federal and state laws. We can take out, let me find my, we can we can say a statement like the Peoria Unified District is committed to, committed to fostering an educational environment that prioritizes academic excellence, individual achievement, and removal of barriers so that every student and employee has the support necessary to reach their full potential. The policy, and then the policy affirms the intentional choice to prohibit the adoption, and then that would be the next part where we would change. So the things that I'm understanding this alternate description of what DEI framework is. Basically, it's the prohibition of ideological mandates in education. It's the prohibition of preferential treatment based on identity. It's the prohibition of non-merit-based selection or advancement. It's the prohibition of compelled speech or belief, and it's the prohibition of identity-based quotas or set-asides. So instead of using the word DEI framework throughout this, I would suggest a paragraph that says the district prohibits the adoption or promotion of policies or practices that require preferential treatment, selection, or advancement of students or staff based solely on identity characteristics such as race, gender, or ethnicity, except as required by applicable law. And this does not preclude efforts to ensure equal opportunity and to comply with federal and state non-discrimination laws or provide legally mandated supports and accommodations. So I feel like that could be a step forward in being able to differentiate between what the industry defines and law defines as diversity, equity, inclusion, and also to be able to let our community know the things that we're most focused on. And then the other thing that I do want to add is that, especially under district communications, if our board continues to prohibit the use of DEI messaging, there is a likelihood, it puts us at risk of First Amendment violation. And then another reason that was noted in the why it was considered vague and unconstitutional is because DEI does, in what he was talking about, might violate the First Amendment and academic freedom. So again, we have to be really careful that we are, by using the words DEI and what we're trying to control, that we are not violating First Amendment and that we're not violating academic freedom. So I would suggest, my initial suggestion is we don't need this policy at all because we already have a non-discrimination policy. We're still bound by Title VI, Title VII, and all of those things. But if this board is going to go forward with a policy such as this, we need to make sure that our language is in alignment with the law, and we need to make sure that we are not putting the district at a further risk of lawsuits with regards to this. So those are my suggestions. Thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you for the work, and this is an impossible issue, to be honest. So thank you for coming back with a much better version. Really, the juxtaposition we're in here is there's a political definition of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and then there's a practical definition of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And it's kind of referenced in the purpose portion of the statement where it says, in the title where it says prohibition of diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. And I think, if I'm right, that initiatives was chose very specifically because we're trying to define something that's really not super definable right now. I agree with Mrs. Ewing. I think the title needs to be more succinct.
And we need to focus on exactly what it is, taking out the term DEI framework. I understand that there's not a collective understanding of what that is. And so we're still trying to nail this down to ensure that this policy is understandable. And I don't disagree with the policy ideologically. I want to remind everybody, 504s, IEPs, those are things that are protected by law. And I don't think, I mean, I'll speak for myself. Obviously, diversity is great, equity is necessary, inclusion is necessary. But I also don't want to put us, because we're talking about this politically, let's just call a spade a spade. It's not like for the past 10 years we've been doing awesome in creating welcoming communities. We do a lot of work with that, but it's not like we had a perfect system. And, you know, it was imperfect then, it's going to be imperfect now, and we're just trying to do the best we can to ensure that we are putting forward what our district is focusing on. As a parent, I will say that, yes, every student needs to come to school, and they need to feel welcomed, and they need to feel safe, and they need to feel safe coming to school to learn and to grow and to have all the opportunities. And that's going to mean different things for different students. And we weren't perfect at it 5 years ago. We're not perfect at it today, and we're not going to be perfect at it 5 years from now, and no policy is going to change that necessarily. I don't know that this policy is completely ready. I don't know that it will ever be completely ready. And it might be something that we need to continue to work through. Okay, number 2, I just wanted to talk through a few specifics. Going back to the training and professional development, that is my number 1 concern with this. We've talked a lot about this. As the law is ever evolving, I think we're going to see conferences and things adjust to potential federal funds that could be paying for these things, if you catch what I'm saying. In the past, it's a market, right? Like they're responding to where the funding dollars are. And I think that we're going to see some improvement with the companies offering these. I don't want to put our staff at a total standstill of being able to attend any conferences. I think having the music educators in theater was a great example of an extreme example of what can happen with this and what can possibly happen to our students if they're deprived of these opportunities. I don't know how to rectify that. So I think the language in here is good, and then I can argue both sides of the coin, that the district shall not require or fund professional development whose primary purpose is to advance or endorse DEI ideology. How in the world do we quantify if it is their sole purpose? And that feels like it opens us up to like just endless fights, and to Charmel's point, having these situations where we're having to justify every single time. And I don't want to get into that. And I say that knowing that I don't know that there is any solution to that. I don't know that there's a way to write policy to say, well, this is exactly what that threshold is, or if we're going to continue to do that, or if there's a way to add in number 2, additional language about what Dr. Hernandez has done with attestations. Is that being a workaround that is written into the policy? Because I think we are going to continue to need to do that. And then number 4, in regards to district communication, official communication shall emphasize academic performance, student success. I just think we need to add more things into that. District news, community spotlights, just something else, because it looks like we're not going to be sending any communication except academic performance and student success, and there are lots of things that we send communication about. So I just wanted to clean up and perhaps expand upon that, so we're not tying our hands. And then just one more comment. Like I said, there's no perfect policy, and I don't know that we are in a rush that this needs to be done today, but I appreciate that we are bringing this forward and taking steps forward in this regard. I think there's still more conversation that needs to happen. And just a reminder that district policy is trumped by state statute and state law. And above that, district policy is trumped by federal law. And so no district policy, however written, will ever overcome state laws or statutes. And so you can be rest assured that no policy, however imperfect, will ever impact those things that are legally guaranteed to our students. Thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, I do. First, I'm just going to read because otherwise it'll just go down a rabbit hole. So I'm going to give some of the definitions that Ms. Ewing was referring to were the prior definitions to the words that we should have kept. So I'll leave that alone. But DEI is often used to describe critical awareness of social injustice and systematic inequalities, which can be viewed positively as being socially conscious or negatively as a form of identity politics. Proponents see DEI as framework for promoting fairness or representation. Critics view it as woke DEI and policies that lead to discrimination, equal outcomes rather than equal opportunity. I don't know why it's so confusing. The DEI that we are trying to get away from does not support civil rights because it's not based on merit. It is actually based on social injustice or the color of your skin, which is not at all civil rights and things that we've had in law for a number of years. Are we referring to both definitions right now? Because I'm a little bit confused about that. Both that were being presented?
President Works, Mrs. Bowles, do you mean the definition that's
Both, the one that says prohibition of diversity, equity, that one, and the other?
It's just the definition in the current, if we can pull that up
The
again.
one that were changed that has the red lettering?
That policy was just uploaded to reflect, because there were so many changes.
Okay.
We're only looking at the one that doesn't have the red.
Doesn't have the red. Okay, I just want to make sure that that was clear and I wasn't going off on something that we're not ready for yet. So policy statement. In policy statement, it says educational success, because I heard someone say academic freedom. Education success should be based solely on merit, academic performance, and individual effort. And that the district will not develop, adopt, or promote programs or curricula or initiatives that advance DEI as I can't say that word, or prescriptive framework. Again, based on skin color, sexual preference, things that are not earned, we shouldn't be giving out scholarships and things for. Based on skin color, it's just wrong. And again, it's not protected by the Civil Rights Act. I heard someone say about the law, us abiding by the law. Ms. Profit is correct in that. We have to run everything by state statute, federal statute, federal law. So that's not going to be an issue. I'm going to read federal and state civil rights and non-discrimination laws, including but not limited to Title 6, Title 7 of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Title 9 of the Education Amendment of 1972, Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973, and Individuals with Disabilities Act, Education Act, IDEA, as we know it, and related equal employment opportunity statutes. That covers IEPs, that covers other cultures, that covers everything that's been spoken about. Or I guess were concerns. And again, I'm not sure why it's not clear, because it's very clear to me. I do like how this is written. I would say if I were to change anything, it would be, and maybe I didn't read, because I didn't read both of them, is the examples. I think the examples that are given in the one with the red lettering, that might give some clarity for definition purposes. I don't know. But it's definitely not civil rights. It's not the things that we've known for many years. As a matter of fact, it actually goes against that. And then I will end with this, and that is, as far as training and professional development, I have one solution to that. Someone brought up the, I'm going to say thespian because that's very close to me, even though my daughter held the record at Cactus High School, and I know she still does, for thespian. She did not get a scholarship, and it was based on the fact that she was white. And she was top 3% of her class. So I have a solution to that. We can say no to paying for the association fees. So, yeah, we're not going to dance around it. I'm not going to dance around it. It's something that has affected our children. It's affected the next generation. Identity crisis on steroids, and I think this is a really good policy. Thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
Yes, thank you, President Rooks. On this episode of Law and Boardrooms, let's talk about state statute. So this policy regurgitates what's already in law. For those that are following along at home, Title 15, Chapter 7, if you read along this statute, you will see almost verbatim sentences in our policy that aligns with state law, which our legislatures pass, which we have to abide by, and that trumps any policy that we create. A teacher, administrator, or other employee of a school district, charter school, or state agency who is involved with students and teachers in grades preschool through 12th grade may not use public monies for instruction that present any form of blame or judgment on the basis of race, ethnicity, or sex. A teacher and all the other aforementioned people who teach kindergarten through 12th grade may not allow instruction in or to take part of a course with the following concepts. 1 through 7. Feel free to read along. Talking about one race, ethnicity, or sex is inherently or morally, intellectually superior to another. Talking about how an individual's race, ethnicity, or sex is inherently racist. Any adverse treatment solely based on the part of their race, ethnicity, or sex. Now, there has been some questions from the ADE on this title. They put out a guidance sheet that says it does not talk about injustices of the past. Everything that is currently approved curriculum by the Arizona Department of Education is approved for a reason, because it complies with state statute. So all the things that I've heard earlier as far as being afraid that this is going to eliminate the instruction of correct curriculum does not apply. So, and then if you hop over to Title 41, Chapter 14, Training, Orientation, Therapy, state agency, city, town, county, or political subdivision, which we are, of this state may not require an employee to engage in training, orientation, or therapy that presents any form of blame or judgment on the basis of race, ethnicity, or sex. It does not include any training on sexual harassment. Also, the state agency and all the aforementioned things I just said may not use public monies for training, orientation, or therapy that presents any form of blame or judgment. So if you go over to the policy, it talks about prohibitions about the district shall ensure that instructional materials and teaching practices reflect academic rigor. It also talks about how it does not require employees to attend such trainings or use public monies. This is literally state statute regurgitated. It basically succinctly puts into a policy what we stand for, and that's meritocracy. I keep beating this drum because we were one vote away from adopting it. The TEALS curriculum that came a couple years ago, we were one vote away from adopting that, which required student attendance or student ratio in the classroom based upon race. That is ridiculous. This is what we're not about. It has nothing to do with being a good human being. It has nothing to do with teaching people to love one another or to treat each other with respect. This is about state law preventing those infringements. It's already in state statute. I think that this policy is well written, and I think to Mrs. Ewing's request, I think this is also, yeah, it says this draft policy was reviewed by Attorney Susan Siegel at Gus Rosenfeld PLC. So that's all I really have to say on the matter. Thank you.
Okay, so I have a couple things that I was jotting down. First of all, across Arizona, parents are standing up and they are demanding of fairness, merit, and academic excellence in our classrooms. What began as diversity, equity, and inclusion has too often turned into political indoctrination that divides students instead of bringing them together through respect, hard work, and shared American values. Arizona schools should be focused on education, not ideology. It's time to end the DEI programs that promote identity politics and refocus our priorities on preparing students for real success. Every Arizona student, no matter their background, deserves an equal opportunity to achieve, not to be judged or treated differently because of race, gender, or beliefs. By removing the DEI mandates, we can restore unity and accountability in our schools, empower teachers to teach, and ensure parents have full transparency over what's being taught in the classroom. Our focus must be on strong academics, parent rights, and the promise that every child can succeed through effort and personal responsibility. And I heard it was brought up about our students with IEPs or in the ARISE program, and it says in here, the policy statement, the Peoria Unified School District believes that educational success should be based solely on merit, academic performance, and individual effort. I truly believe our students who fall under IEPs and in our ARISE programs do put forward their individual effort every single day, and we should recognize that, and we should not define them as if they have no individual effort to give. That I have a child with special needs, so for everyone to say, well, we're taking that away, no. I want my child to be seen for his individual effort. I don't want him to be seen and defined by his disability. I want you to see who he is as a person and how he is applying himself in his school. That's how I see every student in our RISE programs and who have IEPs. And I don't want to judge them because of a disability that was tied to their name or tied to them as a person. I don't see that. I see a person. I see them individually, who they are. Now, with regards to programs for students with the whole booster club thing, we have many other programs in this school district, sports programs, we have academic programs, we have our DECA, we have booster clubs that go out and raise money for their students in their activities. There's tons of booster clubs across the schools. So I think that is ridiculous to just say that we can't do that. I've seen booster clubs and what they can do, and they're amazing, all the hard work that they do. I don't support taxpayer dollars, which is what this would be, going to fund these conferences that have discriminatory practices and that basically label the United States as racist and white supremacy. I don't believe that that's what our nation is. We are one of the greatest nations in the world. We have so much freedom in the United States of America. And I don't want to use taxpayer dollars to send them to these conferences and then turn around and say, oh, well, yeah, we sent them to these conferences, but they're promoting there that you all are racist because you're white. That's ridiculous. I feel like that is so disrespectful to our community and our taxpayers who work every single day in this Peoria community. Inclusion and what has been twisted with this whole politically charged thing, the inclusion of boys who think they're girls being in girl sports and in their bathrooms. That has been talked about across the country, that we need to be inclusive and we need to allow that. No. Nope, that's not what it's supposed to be. But that's the way that it's been twisted. And that's what I'm talking about. With regards to the Arizona Department of Education, the Arizona Department of Education actually released a statement in support of PUSD and the policy tonight, and they're watching to see what happens. They put it on their Facebook page. That stands out, that we're the district that's looking at this tonight, this evening. I will also say that Dr. Hernandez and her team, they have done a fair, amazing job with our curriculum, specifically our social studies curriculum, and making sure that what we put in front of our kids does not label these kids as either oppressed or privileged based on the color of their skin, which is pretty much what the whole DEI narrative is. And I trust Dr. Hernandez and what she has done with her team. So that's who would be overseeing it. And I've said it a couple times in the board meetings, I trust Dr. Hernandez. I will also say that President Trump, when he ran and did his campaign, He campaigned on no more DEI in schools because it's discriminatory, it's racist, it's dividing the kids versus uniting them, and it's judging based on the color of your skin or your gender versus seeing somebody as a person and recognizing this is Janelle, this is Jeff, this is Becky, this is Melissa. And the American citizens voted him in. They are tired of being looked at by the color of their skin. They want to be viewed as who they are in our country. And I think that speaks volumes. So this is the direction that it's going across the country. We're looking at the merit. We're looking at the hard work. We're looking at an individual person, an individual student, and seeing who they are in the classroom versus defining them by their gender, by their race, by the color of their skin, and even by their disability. I want to uplift those kids versus telling them, you can't make it with your own individual effort. That just disgusts me, that is, I don't see what's wrong with that statement. I think that that's an amazing statement. And again, in the policy that, thank you, Clerk Chobe, I was going to mention that too, that it was reviewed by Susan Siegel, the attorney. And it has in there that we will follow all of the federal laws, including the IDEA. And Section 504, it has everything in there that we are supposed to be following from the federal level and the state level. And it's also emphasizing that we are not going to judge somebody by the color of their skin or by their gender. We're going to see them as an individual, and we're going to support them through their academic success, through their merit, and through their individual effort.
President Ricks, if I may.
Yes, Mrs. Bowles.
I would like to motion to approve this.
I'm sorry, I'm not ready for a motion. I'd still like to discuss some things.
I'm going to make the motion. I would like to motion to approve the second read policy, unless you have something else you would like to do, President
Nope.
Rooks. I would like to motion to approve the motion to adopt the second read policy, new policy 1-204, no diversity, equity, and inclusion DEI initiatives.
I will second.
Azure, we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by Clerk Toby. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks, members of the board, please allow me a moment. So I have a motion made by Janelle Bowles and a second by Jeff Toby.
Yes, that is correct.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
No.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 4 yeas and 1 nay. Thank you, Dr. Summers, for the presentation on this one.
Thank you.
Moving now to 7.3, consideration to ratify or modify the Peoria Unified 2026, 2027, and 2027. Excuse me, Mrs. Ewing, point of order. I'm trying to, okay. Consideration to ratify or modify the Peoria Unified 2026, 2027, and 2027, 2028 school calendars. Ms. Zeri, welcome.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, cabinet, and guests. I'm here before you this evening as part 2, or a follow-up to our last presentation and discussion regarding the school calendar. Just a little travel back in time to our last time together. I was before you on October 9th, and we discussed many components that comprise the school calendar, the previous work that was done, the currently approved school calendars, and a survey to consider some additional feedback from all of our different stakeholders regarding this topic. Since we were together, we did release a calendar survey, and so we have brought for you today the results of those surveys and hope that we will engage in discussion, and at the conclusion, we can solidify school calendars for the next 2 years. So to dive into that survey data that we have, I want to first let you know that you should have a folder up at the dais for you. It is a blue Peoria Unified folder. If you want to refer to the presentation is included on the left side of the folder. Behind that, you'll find the survey data, and then we will talk more about the right side of the folder here after we get through that survey data. So I've got the information also included here on the screen, but this is a snapshot that you can see of the respondents that we had to our survey. It was open for 21 days. We shared in that time multiple messages to our parents through Parent Square, emails, text message reminders, and then also shared on social media, directing them back to that link that was included in their email. We also shared with staff and with our students to participate in the survey. At the conclusion of the survey window, we had an increase of more than 1,090 respondents to the survey. So you can see there we had 6,123 total respondents, the highest being our parents that responded, followed by about 30% of our employees who responded to the survey. The first question we asked is their satisfaction with our current 25-26 school calendar, excluding those modified Wednesdays. So you can see the breakdown there of how they responded to that question with an overall favorability score of 78%, indicating they are pretty satisfied with the calendar that we had in place. Not having enough data, rather, just on that question alone, we did break down all aspects of the calendar as we shared with you on October 9th. So you can see here where we ask specifically about that midweek start that we have here in Peoria Unified. We have the example there because our current calendar did start on a Thursday. Of course, we have started on other days of the week and past calendars here on a Wednesday or on a Tuesday when we've had that midweek start in the past. So you can see overall favorability there at 83%. And moving through to Labor Day, which was the next break that we had included on the calendar. And the calendar that we had this year had a bit of an extended break. So it had what made Labor Day really a 4-day break in September. So you can see the responses that we received to that break, extended Labor Day weekend at 86% favorability. We then went on to ask about the overall satisfaction with the October fall break. We had a 3-day fall break this year, and you can see 77% favorability score on that particular break in October. And then in November, our Thanksgiving break here in Peoria Unified, we observe a 1-week break. So we are off the entire week of Thanksgiving, and you can see a very overwhelming response on this particular question. 96% favorability on this particular item, or more than 3,000 of the respondents that were very satisfied having that Thanksgiving break. Moving into our spring semester with our spring break, and that is also 1 week and also very high favorability, in fact, the highest of all of the breaks. Everyone looking forward to that spring break in that second semester of our school year. And then we have our April break. This has traditionally been a 1-day break that typically falls around the end of testing. So a bit of a break or rest from the testing that we have that runs through most of the month of April. You can see the 83% favorability on that break. And then this question, which asked, given the different constraints relative to the school year, do you prefer that we start earlier and limit the number of breaks, prefer the school year start earlier with occasional or more frequent, really the breaks that we have currently, Prefer the school year start later with a limited number of breaks, or prefer the school year start later with occasional breaks? You can see the two highest. Prefer that the school year, prefer that the school year start later with the occasional breaks is the highest response that we have there. And then we did ask the question relative to Modified Wednesday, which if you'll recall, Dr. Hernandez joined us for our presentation October 9th and gave quite a bit of data related to those Modified Wednesdays, what takes place on those days, and how we support the professional development of all of our staff with those breaks. And so we did ask our respondents to weigh in on the value that they see in that weekly Wednesday, Modified Wednesday that we have, and 85% with favorability on this item. And then this is a snapshot. This is really everything that I have just spoken, walked through really in kind of a snapshot form. And you can see specifically how each of the different groups responded to each of the areas. So parents, employees, and students, we combined for that middle column there, those who indicated they were an employee and a parent in our district, with those who are employed by our district, to get that middle column that you see before you. But it provides just an overall snapshot. I won't talk through each and every one of those scores, but wanted to provide that for quick reference for you. And then I will just take you over to the right side of the folder. So if you have the right side of your folder available, you will see the calendar models. And I can show you the first two calendars that you have before you. They have no tab associated with them. They are the purple calendars, or our currently approved school calendar models. And so I won't talk through every aspect of these calendars because we did that on October 9th. So certainly if our community wants to refer back to that presentation to get all of those specifics, they can do so. But what we did was kind of talk through what are some of the aspects that we covered during our presentation on October 9th, and how do these calendar models align with the different concepts that we talked about during our presentation. So this is kind of a cheat sheet really, or a snapshot to go along with the calendars to show the areas or the highlights that this particular model includes. The items in green are those that align with the concepts that we discussed. Those in red are maybe concepts that were mentioned that this model does not meet. I will maybe just pull out a couple of those for your reference. This model does have an earlier start date, so it starts in July. We've had a lot of conversation about that, both on October 9th, but then also we did get a number of respondents that shared feedback relative to an earlier start date. We also see that reflected in some of our survey data. So that's why you see that particular concept highlighted in red. We also talked really briefly on October 9th about Good Friday. I mentioned it as it is one of those comments, or it's feedback that comes up on occasion. It's also something that the calendar committee has really wrestled with in the past. Is this something that should be on every calendar model? Is this observance something that we should consider when we can consider an observance on that day? So I did put it in red, but I will tell you on one of the calendars before you, it is observed. On the other, it is not. So get my cheat sheet here to help me. In 2027, Good Friday is on March 26th. So the calendar model on the left side of your screen, the 26-27 calendar, Good Friday is not observed. But in 27-28, so calendar year 28, Good Friday is on April 14th. And you can see that based on when that falls, the April break happens to align with Good Friday. So I did just want to point it out in case it is something that the governing board wants to have some further discussion about. And then the other one that I want to bring your attention to is we talked a lot about alignment with neighboring charters and alignment with neighboring school districts. This gets a little tricky. We talked a lot about the different models. We have pulled countless calendars from surrounding districts and surrounding charters. So if there are some in particular that we did not discuss at our last meeting, I have them for reference here. I can certainly pull them up. I will also tell you there are some that we talked about on October 9th that do not have a published calendar yet for even next school year. So I do want to make mention of that. But by and large, this calendar model before you aligns with our neighboring charter schools, most of them, but it does not align with our neighboring school districts. A couple of our neighboring school districts start the following week. So I did want to just point out that slight difference. The next tab in your folder, and President Rooks, I can pause at any time, or I can go all the way through to the end. I'll just look to you to interrupt. But the next tab in your folder is a pink tab. It corresponds the best we could to the red calendar models that you'll see here on the screen. These next two models say draft through the middle because what we did was try to take some of the concepts and the feedback in the survey and create some alternative models that the board may want to have discussion or consideration. So this red model does have a later start date, so that's why you'll see that one now change to green, and you'll see all the other concepts that align there in green. You will note that this model has a partial Thanksgiving break. We talked quite a bit about the need to balance our semesters as much as we can to support the educational needs of all of our students and make sure that they are getting the access to all of their classes that are in both fall and spring semester. And so in order to make sure that we have those balanced semesters, we did take a look at that partial Thanksgiving break. Same note for Good Friday, you'll see included there. And then I want to call your attention to where it says enrollment disadvantage. It's a note that does come up from time to time. Oftentimes the school districts that start the earliest get the kids to come into their district. There are many families that are ready for their students to return to school after that summer break, and they do rely on our schools to be open, to be able to make sure that their students are learning and taken care of, and so that they can make sure that they are at work. And so certainly having that advantage of starting a little bit earlier, that does often support enrollment in being open and available for students to come to your district. And then I'll also note one there at the end honoring the work of the committee. These are new calendars, which of course weren't developed by the calendar committee in our formal process. So I do have that noted. The next tab you should be blue. If not, you've got here on the screen our blue calendar models. And I will move over to the alignment that you'll see with these particular models, and I will tell you that these models, or this model rather, does not have the fall break. It has the one-day observance of Columbus Day in October, but it does not have the actual fall break, or an extended break rather, in the month of October. Other components of this calendar mirror pretty closely to that red calendar, so I won't talk through each and every detail for you. I will give you just a moment. And these are two of the models that we created in response to the survey data. I know, however, Mr. Toby, you also have a calendar model, and so the final tab that you have included in your folder is a model that Mr. Toby put together, and so we went ahead and put that into our district format to make it a little easier for you to review it. But Mr. Toby, if you'd like to talk through that one, we can pull it up on the screen as well.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, if you could put up on the screen for the community. So taking into consideration the survey results as well as respecting the work of the calendar committee, made a couple of small tweaks that would allow us to start in August, keeping balanced semesters at 90 days apiece in each semester, retaining a fall break as well as an extended Labor Day weekend. So if you want to zoom in on that, if you can. So this is the 2026-27 school year. I've also presented the 27-28 school year, where that first Monday in August is the first day of school. And then into September, we have the Friday through Monday Labor Day weekend. And then in October, we have that 4-day weekend as well. And most of everything else is the same for the rest of the year, except for December. The December 18th would be that last half day rather than that Thursday. So still a full 2 weeks winter break, spring break, everything else is the same. So this was also done in part with responses from students who felt that they were being robbed of educational time in October by having one 3-day education week followed by a 2-day education week. Because those half days, the information that was shared was there's not a whole lot of learning that's going on those days because it is parent-teacher conference, so they try to keep the lessons minimal. So these students that were reaching out were saying, it doesn't really make sense to have a 3-day school week and then followed by a week where there's only 2 days. So this calendar allows for consecutive 3-day school weeks, full days, as well as those half days for parent-teacher conference. So I feel this is a balanced calendar that respects the work of the community, that did the calendar committee, as well as the constituents that said they want to start in August, as well as the teachers that say they want a fall break and an extended Labor Day weekend.
Is that the end of your presentation? Because then we have public comments.
President Rooks, yes.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Zeri. Yes, so we have 2 public comment cards, so you'll have 3 minutes. Jennifer, is it Luke K? Okay, cool.
Thank you, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, and Cabinet. I am here to outline some operational, instructional, and student-centered impacts that would result from implementing the proposed calendars, which extend the grading period into January. Really more specific to the Friday, what do they call it? The teacher workday in December. So to know me is to know that I am deeply committed to post-secondary placement and the time-sensitive deadlines that accompany that process. Our current semester timeline, especially the requirement that grades be posted before winter break, is essential for ensuring a smooth transition between semesters, accurate student scheduling, timely university reporting, and successful onboarding for early graduates. So extending grade posting into January would introduce major disruptions, jeopardizing our ability to meet critical college, scholarship, and athletic eligibility deadlines, and creating avoidable challenges for both staff and students. So first, the impact on counseling operations and semester transitions. So counselors cannot begin second semester schedule changes until teachers finalize and post all their grades. This window allows us to identify students who failed or did not complete required courses, rebuild or adjust schedules, place students in appropriate remedial or next level coursework, and ensure class balances for teachers under the proposed timeline. These tasks would be forced into the days of January while students are already back on campus. That compression creates scheduling errors, delays, and loss of instructional time at a moment when stability is really critical. The second thing is the disruption of December graduates and early college enrollees. So each year, many students district-wide graduate in December to begin college in January, including early graduates and NCAA-bound athletes. They cannot finalize their enrollment into the college or get housing, course registration, athletic eligibility, or financial aid until the grades are posted. So, and their graduation status needs to be updated as well on the transcripts. Any delay directly jeopardizes their ability to start college on time. So the third is the impact on mid-year reporting for college admissions. Many universities require mid-year reports immediately after winter break. These include first semester grades, updated ranks, and counselor evaluations. If our district cannot finalize grades before the break, counselors cannot meet the required deadlines, which may lead to delayed decisions, withdrawn applications, or missed financial aid opportunities. Fourth, scholarships and financial aid. Many scholarship programs required verified first semester grades or graduation confirmation in early January. Delayed posting compromises the eligibility, award processing, and enrollment verification.
Sorry,
and I'm out of
time.
time.
I know, it goes fast. So sorry.
But thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Next public comment is Trina Berg.
Good evening again. Couple of pieces of feedback. I'm going to piggyback off what was just said. The last proposal, Mr. Toby, that you presented, number one, having that last day with our block schedules be a half day with students, which was when we would be giving our finals. It would be almost impossible for some of us to get our grades on time. A lot of your ELA teachers are having to grade like essays. There's history teachers that do short answers. Those are having to be graded then after the final is done. Math teachers go through literally kid by kid by kid to try and find partial credit they can give. There are already teachers who don't post their grades until that Friday, even though our students are done on Thursday. And that would put us educators in a really big push on that last day. And it would be almost impossible for some of us to do that. I know that not every teacher gives their finals on those last 2 days. They should. Every high school teacher should be giving their final, except for those ELA teachers and stuff who need to do like part 1, part 2, whatever. But that's going to create a tremendous disadvantage to our block schedule, getting those final grades in. For all of the things mentioned, our counselors can't start doing the second semester stuff until we're all posted. So that's going to put us at a tremendous disadvantage. Also, the starting on a Monday, according to the feedback that we keep receiving year after year about this calendar survey, like the midweek start is super popular. I cannot imagine the littles trying to go that first week as a full week. The high school kids are exhausted by Friday, starting on a Wednesday or a Thursday. I can't imagine 5, 6, 7-year-old kids. I know how tired my son was. He was asleep every single day starting midweek. That would be a super rough start to their educational life starting on a Monday. I'm concerned that we asked for feedback. You guys specifically asked for questions to be tweaked or whatever, and we've got the feedback, and the current calendar is the favorable calendar, and yet it sounds like we're still trying to change it. Why ask for feedback if you just don't care? And if you don't care, then say that. I want to hear what you have to say, but I'm not going to listen to it. Just be honest, please. There are 500 million things to be concerned about right now. We are in serious trouble in this district. Financially, trying to keep everything together. We have to cut $20 million because of declining enrollment and the loss of our override. And you're over here worried about the dang calendar. I don't even understand. We've already got calendars. They're approved for the next 2 years. Just let it ride. And as far as starting early, according to those calendars, after the 2 years, Christmas then moves. And we go until like basically the 23rd, which means our start date bumps back into August. I know I said that at a previous public comment. It's based on when Christmas is. This just happens to be the time when we're starting at the end of July. We're going to be back in August in a few years again anyways. But please, seriously, we have way too many things to be worried about right now. We're going to talk about the calendar. Just let the calendar go. Thank you.
All right, that concludes our public comment. So Mrs. Argy, Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments for Ms. Sari?
Yes. Well, I sent both you and Dr. Hernandez the email, but I just want to clarify because there were some folks in the community that looked at this and thought, oh my gosh, we no longer have modified Wednesdays and so forth. So I just wanted, and I know you have reiterated this before, but I think it'd just be a good point to point out because I saw some folks in the community that were looking at this and thought there was no more PD. So can you clarify that?
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing. So the process has been that the governing board approves the calendar, and then the educational services team works to identify which of the Wednesdays would be early release, which would be full days. We typically, our practice includes supporting and sending those dates to our school leaders to consider things that we may have missed. They also work that through their leadership teams on campus. They give us that feedback. We make any adjustments. We send it out one more time. And then we also wait to hear from organizations like our Department of Education and ACT as to when those dates will be, because those interfere. Well, I wouldn't say interfere. Those do have some indications on when we would have those early release days. So once the governing board approves the calendar, then the educational services team does their work on the early release day selection.
Okay, great. And can you talk through, I heard some, because I heard some folks talk about the importance of that teacher workday in December. So from the academic side, what are the requirements? So I'm sorry, this is really a question for Dr. Hernandez. From the academic side, what's the requirement for all of our teachers, especially our high school staff?
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, I probably can't sum it up better than what has already been said this evening, but essentially that is the time that our teachers use to finalize the logistics of learning and teaching with their grade books, their attendance, their final communications, as well as opportunity presents itself to prepare for when students return after the break.
Didn't one of our calendars add an extra workday in January? That
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, we did not add a day. We took from the beginning of the year teacher workdays and moved it to January to support those teachers that are now getting a brand new class of students in second semester and certainly need to prepare for those students. So we moved that time from the beginning of the year to that day in January.
And I know my answer to this is probably no, we can't do that, but it's not like we could wait and hold off into January to do all of those things in terms of getting in grades and all of the requirements of the teachers. I'm pretty sure the answer is no, because I see Trina up here like shaking her head, no, 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 so.
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, that is correct. And that workday was moved based on feedback, as Mrs. Ari has shared, regarding the duties and responsibilities of our educators as they're waiting for that incoming classes as they start the new semester.
And then I know that, so I appreciate the work that Mr. Toby did to try to appease everyone. And I know that we have our high schools don't, I just want to point this out, our high schools don't have the parent-teacher conferences where it's half days like our elementary schools, correct, on like that in the October timeframe. And I know we did get one email from a kiddo who said they didn't like the October break because it was too much, it was broken up in terms of their pacing of their lessons and so forth. And to me, I feel like, okay, well, this is the first year, but that's an opportunity for our instructional coaches to go in and work with our staff on how do you pace when you have these breaks. But I can say that, we received over 6,000 responses in addition to the work that the calendar committee did. And refresh my memory, when we did that, it wasn't just the calendar committee who was making decisions. We had done a survey with that, and we had roughly how many responses to that survey, that question, roughly?
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, roughly 5,000 responses to the 2023 calendar survey.
Okay, so we've had 11,000 respond, and then we've had, the board has been getting emails from teachers, students, parents this entire week in addition to those things. I don't know if they're the same individuals. And I would say 90% of them are saying they love the schedule that we currently have. They really like the October break. They really like the Thanksgiving break, and that they've actually seen a lot of improvements in their students' ability to focus, and the teachers feel refreshed, which means that hopefully the pace and getting students back into learning happens more quickly. So I would be reluctant to select something that our entire community, something alternative to what our entire community is already asking for. And we've had almost over 11,000 responses that this is the calendar that they like. Now, to go through the calendar that Mr. Toby worked so hard on, if you look at the rubrics, if that's what I'm just going to call it, in terms of what does it align with. I know that since his was just brought forward this evening, you don't have that. But obviously it complies with law, as he said. It does not have the earlier start date. It has a little bit later start date. It does not have a midweek start. So it's a start on Monday. And I would agree, I've had my kiddos start at the beginning of the week when they were young to the middle of the week, and that beginning of the week is just really, really rough on them. It's rough on teachers. And families probably like it, but it's not academically, because that was one of the things you said, you know, this calendar is meant to have, the focus is to have high impact on high quality learning and teaching that benefits students, families, and the community. So academics is where we're looking at it. It has short fall break, but not as long as the other, because you do have an additional day taken away on Mr. Toby's. It has the full Thanksgiving break, I believe, consistent winter break and spring break. I think those were still the same. I don't remember which day is Good Friday, whether that's observed on yours or not, Mr. Toby. I'm sorry. The Good Friday, was that on your calendar? Okay, no change on that. Ends prior to Memorial Day. Balanced semesters, he said it balanced. Enrollment advantage. So I know you talked a little bit about that, but we are looking at, we have declining enrollment and we have an override that didn't pass. And so we need to be doing everything possible to bring in our enrollment. I watched Washington Elementary School District. They've got a whole initiative aligned towards how can we increase enrollment. And I feel like every decision that we make, we have to figure out, we have to be thinking about, is this going to, number one, is it good for our students academically? But number two, can this be bringing in, is it going to be negatively financially affecting us? And a later start date, it looks like it is. So can you explain that a little bit more to me of what you know, whether it's research or so forth, about enrollment?
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, most of that is based on anecdotal or qualitative data that we receive from families that are depends on the family, of course, so I'll qualify the statement that way, but there are many families that look forward to sending their children back to school so they can start their learning, and there are families that shop for schools to start earlier so that they can send their children back to school.
Because I think your kids went to Candeo, and I had friends who went to Candeo, and that was considered a year-round calendar. And they started a good 2 weeks earlier into July. And I know there was lots of families that liked that particular setup.
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, the other example I would add to that is sometimes, or historically, not always, we have seen some of our charter schools release their calendars after we release ours, and sometimes those start dates may adjust accordingly.
My main point is we had an entire community who come forward. We talk about the importance of including community in the decisions that we make. We were elected by the community, and so I feel like we should really honor what the community is asking us to do, and that it is aligned with it promotes academic excellence, it promotes high quality teaching, and it also has the potential to increase our enrollment. So, thank you.
Mrs. Prophet, any questions or comments?
I'm really happy with the turnout for the survey. So I think we got a really, really much improved turnout from last time. My only hesitation with the survey was that last question, because I was like, do the people understand that there is a causal relationship between what you answer and what you get? You can't have later start date and occasional breaks. That doesn't work. Although that would be wonderful. It doesn't work. Again, I'm just going to reiterate, I think it's really important that we continue to bear in mind our other community schools and ensuring that families that are utilizing choice in education are able to have as similar schedules as possible. I will tell you, having been a parent that had kids in public and in charter, if there's a family vacation, the kids are going to miss the public because the charter schools aren't going to allow it, so that would negatively impact our enrollment on those days. And I just think as we're asking the community and people who might not utilize the public school system to vote on things like overrides and bonds, we need to be supporting those families too, even if we're not necessarily directly serving their children. You know, I think it's pretty cut and dry in my mind. We asked the community what they thought. We have pretty great response and a pretty clear direction on where we need to go. We need to maintain the week off for Thanksgiving. It's looking like that is something that the community really, really likes. They really like the October break. So from my perspective, I appreciate you being solution-based and coming up with a solution and not just bringing a problem, but a solution. But I think in my mind, the best calendar is still the one that the calendar committee came up with. One of the things, you know, that we've had some conversations about is with the heat. I mean, that argument doesn't really resonate with me because we have cross-country kids that were saying it's okay that you're running up and down the hills in my neighborhood all summer long, but we can't sit in air-conditioned classrooms. So unless we're willing to look at the heat issue or talk about limiting football practice or all these other things that kids are doing in the heat, I don't know that that is enough to push the school year back a few days. And like you said, it does ebb and flow based on when Christmas is. I will say, my son graduated from Liberty in December. He was one of those December graduates who graduated a little bit early, and it was really, really difficult getting all that stuff in and getting his diploma and getting it uploaded to get him front-loaded for the next semester. It's near impossible, and that was with the workday. So I don't know how those kids would do it, and for those that maybe don't know, we have a significant amount of high school students that graduate in December and choose to begin the next steps of their life early because they're just able to move through the system quicker. That's not a small amount of students. That's a lot of students, and thank goodness for the parents who helped walk me through that because it is not an easy process trying to get all those things tied up and get your kid ready to go in January. So thank you for the work. Thank you for the comprehensive nature of the survey. Like I said, I'm encouraged we had better turnout, and we've had a ton of reach out about what works for the calendar. So I think the community's spoken. So that's my thoughts.
Ms. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I do. First, a comment was made that Candeo goes year-round. They do not. They started this year, I think, August 5th. Slide number 12, it says prefer the school year start later with occasional breaks. Am I missing something? Because that says 45%, correct? So with that in mind, excuse me, first off, kudos to Mr. Toby, Clerk Toby. You can put that on your resume now. You created a school calendar. By that slide, I see the majority of parents wanting school to start a little later in the school year with occasional breaks. Working in the district many years, we did start in August. We ended in May. We had, this sounds bad, I guess, in some regards, but the first thing that I look at is the break between, then it was Ames testing and those kind of things, and the end of the school year, because it's such a long haul, and every teacher knows that. But I know that's not part of this conversation. I do like the late start. I guess you would refer to that as red, because it does, as far as I can see, cover the prefer the school year to start later and with occasional breaks. I would like to see Good Friday. We already have that day off. Why not call it what the federal government calls it, and that's Good Friday. And then I guess I'm kind of confused because I'm looking at all these calendars, and I do understand the grading before Christmas break. Lord Jesus, that's like, I do understand that. But I only see one extra day on all the other calendars, so am I missing something?
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, you're correct. That red calendar also does not have that date. Again, not proposing it as the one that is the best possible option. We were just putting together an alternative model. But if you move to the blue calendar does have that day in December.
I guess what
for
I'm
grades,
asking,
but not in January.
okay, I was looking at December, and all the calendars either have 1 or 2 days, correct? Meaning the 17th and 18th. Well, no, I know.
Correct. So the
Not all of them have 2 days. What I'm saying is, there's one extra day on some of the calendars. Jeff's has the 18th, where all the rest of them have one extra day. So I guess my observation is, the teachers really only have one more day that we're talking about before Christmas break, right?
So I'm not certain, we'd probably need to go through Mr. Toby's and make sure we have the allotted number of teacher workdays across the calendar, the allotted number that we should have. In the currently approved calendar, on both of them, we have the 17th on 26, 27 being the last day of the term and of the semester. So that half day plus the 18th of December, that full teacher workday is that day and a half for teachers to complete all of their grading.
So it would be a matter of adding the 17th, either to Mr. Toby's, I don't know where we would swap that, but I think that is important, and I do hear what the teachers are saying, and yeah, with even scholarships, sports scholarships, and signing day, and Lord Jesus, I remember all that. So yeah, that does make sense, but that's the only difference that I see, is just that one day, correct?
And we could add that back into Mr. Toby's model. We would then need to start school on Friday, July 31st. We would need to go back, we would need to add that school day back in if we take off that school day at the end of December.
Or can you add a day in May?
If we add the day in May, then we have semesters that are not balanced.
Okay.
So for courses that are fall courses and spring courses, you are then shortchanging those students that take that course in the spring. They are not getting the same number of instructional days in both semesters.
Okay. Yeah, that's the only discrepancy that I see. Both the red calendar, the late start, and Mr. Toby's, I think are both good options, if we can figure out giving the teachers more time before winter break or Christmas break.
I have a question, sorry. Is that okay?
Yes.
Quickly. This might be an unpopular opinion. I'm genuinely curious. Maybe the teachers in the room can help. Parent-teacher conferences, what is the turnout like on those days? Parents attend?
We can only direct to Mrs. Airy.
I'm just wondering because I was like, maybe we could have parent-teacher conferences be one day and then claim another day that way. But it's sounding like, we've had a variety of teachers and different teachers do it different ways. I was just wondering if
President
that's
Rooks,
something
Mrs. Proudfit, while I'm not an educator, I can speak that we have made a real concerted effort to really encourage our parents to sign up for and participate in a parent-teacher conference. I know our teachers encourage it and welcome it and need that time in order to see all of the families of the students that they teach. It's a really important part of that parent engagement, and we think a really integral part of the educational experience. And so I would maybe caution on removing one of those days.
I'll just let you know, Ms. Profit, every time I go to my kids' teacher conferences, there's a line, and they're going boom, 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 boom. And then you see parents running to other classrooms because they're going to their other kids' parent-teacher conference. So it's pretty packed. You got a sign-up sheet, and then sign-ups are all like, oop, that space is gone. So like it's pretty big turnout. So, yeah. But if no further questions, we'll go to Clerk Toby. Do you have any further questions, comments?
Yeah, no, thank you again for the presentation. I did want to note, like, it doesn't bother me at all if this calendar gets picked apart. It's just one option, and if we really wanted to do a quick solve, maybe make Labor Day weekend a 3-day weekend instead of a 4-day weekend and regain that December 18th or 17th half day, 18th. Still balanced semesters. It's still a 3-day weekend for Labor Day. Families want to take an extra day, they can do so. But I think there's a way to solve this issue, and I'm trying to be more comprehensive, high level with this. I think one of the reasons why I was elected was because I try to think of things objectively, and when it comes to things like the calendar, when we were knocking on doors, you can chime in too, Janelle. Top issues were boys and girls bathrooms. Top issues were the early start, financial management, and academics. So when we're talking about this in context of the override, when we talk about this in terms of this data that we just got, 2/3 of all respondents said they want to start later. So I think that we have to be mindful moving forward of the majority of these responses say one thing, and yes, it would be great to have a 4-day weekend or a 5-day weekend for fall. It'd be great to have a 4-day weekend for Labor Day, but you have to balance out the semesters. And so you're gonna have to cut from somewhere. It's not pizza, it's not gonna make everybody happy, but being very pragmatic about it, thinking about it from a long-term standpoint, I think that if we were to maybe move that day from Labor Day, the 4th, and add that to December, you know, would that solve the issue? I'm not sure. I just noticed that the red calendar also had that December 18th as the final as well. So that was also a little bit confusing. I don't know if you can speak to that.
President Rooks, Mr. Toby, I did try to address that, I believe with Mrs. Proudfoot or Mrs. Ewing's comment, but yes, that's not ideal, even in the red model. That wouldn't necessarily be the recommendation. So certainly if that's something the board wanted to entertain, the recommendation you just made in removing that extra day around Labor Day and instead putting that, if you'd scroll up a little bit for me here, Terry, unless I can do it. Yeah, thank you. If you moved that to December 17th, and then likewise followed that model on 7-8, that would accomplish the discussion we were having relative to grades, which is really important for our teachers.
Right, and also too, besides the email that we got today from that one student, there's also other students that have weighed in about a 2-day school week, and they feel that's kind of silly, and I tend to agree. So I think that maybe if we can make that modification, and I don't know what comments you have, President Rooks, about it, but if we make that modification and offer up these, because I'm a visual person, these physical calendars to have people choose from or us choose from, I mean, I think the data is definitely important. And to me, it says that most people want to start later, and then teachers also want that fall break. I mean, everybody wants everything. So I think this is a fair split in the middle. That's just my opinion.
Thank you. Yeah, so I was going to bring up the starting later. And I know Dysart they've changed their calendar for the next year with a later start date. And I can remember growing up in the district, and Frontier Elementary, we started mid-August. So I just see it keeps inching further and further into July. There were some students that emailed today talking about they don't like the October break. It cuts us off in the middle of units and complicates our class schedules. October break, our classwork is rushed, and it cuts off in the middle of a school week. This makes students less productive and less successful. They stated they would rather have Thanksgiving break, that full break week, because then families can go and take time, travel. You can't really do that during an October break, which was not even a true break, but just 2 extra days off with a holiday. We were meant to be given anyways. So they mentioned, it complicates our schooling schedule as it takes time away from units in different classes, English and most math classes. These days are vital for our success, and taking these days away can cause for units to be rushed over or even skipped, which I add is detrimental to our learning, and this 3-day break doesn't help us. So that kind of stood out for me. I know you guys are talking about the red calendar. The red calendar does have on there not the full week in November for Thanksgiving break. I was trying to look at the blue calendar and Jeff Toby's calendar, which thank you, Clerk Toby, for doing all that work. I know it's not fun putting in all the dates and everything. But that's, I definitely want to make sure that we have that 17th and 18th. That was brought up. Thank you for that with the courses and the counselors and everything and figuring that for our students. But I'm concerned with, we've got high school students that are, oh, yes, Dr. Hernandez, yes, go ahead.
Thank you for calling on me, Mrs. Rooks. I just wanted to ask if you could share those student emails with us. So the educational services team with the calendar took exceptional care this year as we developed the scope and sequence to add pacing and planning. So I have concerns about classrooms that may not be following pacing and planning because it accounts for those days as well as considers the content that was selected, knowing there's a time coming to ensure that continuity feels as natural as possible. So I don't necessarily need to know the names of the students, but I would like to be able to follow up with the principal at the particular school.
Yeah, I can forward those emails to you. They literally sent them today, so that way I was like, okay.
President Rooks, if I may.
Thank you.
To add
Yes.
to that, I counted how many emails we had. 17 were from staff, 2 from parents, and 2 from students.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bowles. So,
I just, I'm sorry,
Okay.
once you're done, I still, if it's okay, before there's a motion, I have some questions still.
okay,
Thank you.
yes. So Hernandez, I know you'll look into that, but it does bring up concern because even if we work that angle of talking to that principal and making sure that it is being followed, I still am to the point of, okay, we have 2 students that emailed this. How many more students might be feeling that pressure in the middle of their coursework? And if we're trying to really get those instructional days, I'm just a little bit hesitant. And I mean, the 45% really stands out. Prefer the school year start later with occasional breaks. If we're looking at data, that really stands out to me. I was looking at the blue calendar, which would be similar, I guess, to the green calendar if we moved September 4th to December 17th of Jeff's. So that's kind of where I was at. But Mrs. Ewing, you said you had further comments.
I have two things. So first off, if we decide to go with a completely different calendar that the calendar committee did not do, we need to consider whether we want to continue with the calendar committee because we're not honoring our community. So that's number one. So the second question is, in terms of adding that day in after, or the day that was added, the vacation day that was added after Labor Day, I don't know that it was added, but that we have on the calendar. Do you have, I don't know if Danielle, Mrs. Ari, you would have it, Dr. Hernandez, and as far as, I'm thinking of absenteeism rates. I know that one of the other reasons that we added in the additional breaks is to also help with that absenteeism from families. And we're now with our letter grades, that's a factor that we're being judged upon. And so if we have those breaks, mental health wise, we don't have as much absenteeism from staff or for students and families because they can schedule their breaks that are around that. But I also wonder, was one of the considerations to add that extra day in after the Labor Day weekend because we were getting the absences from families and so forth. And I think that's an important factor as well, as we know that our students only learn when they're in their seats in the classroom. So thank you.
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, I'm going to make sure that I hit on all aspects of what you were addressing, so please feel free to remind me if I miss one. We do not have any absenteeism data available this evening. If that's something the governing board would like, we could certainly put that in a future report. Absenteeism as a whole on various days across the calendar was a factor that the calendar committee considered. They looked at some absenteeism data, and depending on the year, there were some years that there were some days. The primary days where we had the highest number of absences have always fallen within flu season. That is not the beginning of September, wouldn't be included, but there weren't any particular days that really stood out. It was negligible. So just wanted to make that point about absenteeism, but again, we don't have any of that data to provide to you today, and you'll have to remind me the second part of the question that you asked.
Well, it was kind of just was the driving factor to put that day after the Labor Day in?
Thank you. As we had a public speaker point out this evening, a couple of the calendars that the committee had to work on were a little bit more challenging than some of their work has been in the past. That's based on when Christmas falls. So they always start there. When does Christmas fall? When would that first week of break be? How close to that particular holiday would it be? And in order to maintain all of the other aspects that were important to our community, including that midweek start, that pushed us back into July, which they recognized was unfortunate. They had many, many long discussions about that being unfortunate. In order to do that, that kind of extra day had to go somewhere, and it went next to Labor Day.
And if it hadn't gone next to Labor Day, would that have meant that we would have started like on a Thursday or Friday instead, or a Friday?
It could have with these models. They looked at a number of different things, but it could have, which starting on a Friday just was kind of odd to them.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I just want clarity again. On the blue calendar, we're choosing to not align with charter schools, correct?
President
I know, I'm
Rooks, Mrs. Proudfit.
It does align.
The blue calendar does not, but further, I would point out about the blue calendar, what's not ideal about that one is the instructional days do not balance on that calendar. So we have 89 days in the first semester and 91 in the second semester in that model. So as I shared on October 9th, and I probably should have opened with tonight, there is no perfect calendar. Almost anything's possible, but there will always be trade-offs on a particular concept or area or aspect in order to include everything. So you're experiencing some of the same pain points that the committee went through as they've had this discussion.
President Rooks, if I may.
Yes.
To Mrs. Ewing's point, or answering her question about the calendar committee, I think the calendar committee's role is important, and that's why I tried to stick to as close to the recommendations as possible by retaining that fall break. And really, my suggestion would be to remove that extra day in September for Labor Day weekend, to place that in December to allow for grading and counselor needs. And really, that would be the change that we're looking at, which would allow us to start in August, which 62% of the respondents said they wanted to do.
So with that, I would like to, oh, yes, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
So yes, I hear you. That's a great solution. What do we do about the midweek start? Because that was another very high polling question about the midweek start, ensuring that we provide a midweek start. Do we have any suggestions for how to accomplish that? That was one of the higher trending items. 83%.
You could take away fall break, but that doesn't seem to be amenable either.
I don't know that, I'm just kind of frustrated with the process because I agree with Mrs. Ewing. We have this calendar committee that did exactly what we're doing right now. And then it's hard too because some of the questions on the survey, you know, we said how satisfied are we with the addition of fall break? There were 77% that were appreciative of that, but then how satisfied they were with it could have been because they wanted it to be longer, like because Deer Valley District had a full week for fall break, as where we only had 3 days and they were offset by a week. This feels like an impossible task, but also we have a committee to do this. Like
if I may, I'm just looking at the graph for how satisfied are you with school year starting midweek. It does say 36%, but that is, I mean, we're talking out of what? We have 35,000 students in the district. Hernandez is just giving me like, yeah. That's 1,953 responses. So I just, like Mr. Toby said, we're not going to get it perfect. And I feel like this, at least with Clerk Toby's green calendar, I feel like it is a starting point. And yes, we all have committees for many things in the district, but ultimately it is the voters that elected the governing board members to make informed decisions that sometimes are difficult, like this one this evening.
President Ricks, if I may.
Yes.
I would add to that and say they, because of their work, were able to make these decisions and spearhead off of what the work they've already done.
Okay.
Are we voting on a calendar tonight?
I was going to motion to approve or ratify and approve for the green school calendar that Clerk Toby created, with the exception of moving September 4th, no break, no school or whatever, to December 17th as a no break or no school break.
And I will second. Can I add Good Friday on there?
Good Friday is on there.
I know, but it's not recognized. It is on the 23rd, yes.
Yes, Ms. Ari.
I apologize. President Rooks and Mrs. Bowles. So as I mentioned, and I don't know, Terry, if maybe you can open Mr. Toby's second calendar as well, because I will speak to both of them. One of the calendars, we do have it observed because that is our April break. I'll note that we only listed holidays that are federal holidays on our calendar. We did not list any other holidays, but it is observed because it is April break in the 27-28 calendar. If you go back, I apologize, Terry, if you go back to 6-7, then that was not a joke. If you go back to that one, just making sure we're all awake at this hour. The way to accomplish that in Mr. Toby's calendar and any of the models really is to move spring break by 1 week. If you were wanting to include that would be an option. So right now on the calendar before you, spring break is March 15th through the 19th. If you moved it to March 22nd through the 26th, the 26th would be Good Friday.
Just to clarify, President Rooks, so the motion and the second is to take the Friday before Labor Day to place that into December 17th, 18th, making 17th the half-day, with Friday being the teacher workday, no school.
Okay, yes.
Is that, just to clarify, I want to make sure I understand.
Yes, that is correct. So, Ms. Bowles, are you wanting to amend a motion, or? Yeah, so I had motioned to approve the green calendar presented by Clerk Toby, with the exception of moving September 4th, no school break day, to December 17th as a half day.
And I will second. Can I amend that before I say any more?
Mrs. Airy, did you have something further? Yeah.
I wasn't sure if Ms. Cuthbert was going to read back the motion. Did you include spring break? I was discussing something with Dr. Hernandez. Did you include a change to spring break in your motion?
We haven't yet, no.
Then you may proceed. There are some concerns with that move based on our 9-week courses, so I just wanted to check on that. Thank you.
So the motion's already
The
made
motion's
and
on the
seconded.
table, yeah, but
Yeah.
you can still ask questions in regards to that
I don't know if it's
motion.
worth
That's it.
going that far. You're talking about 27, 28 year, correct? Not 26, 27.
26, 27.
That is Good Friday, then 23rd.
Right now that is not observed on Mr. Toby's model that you have made the motion on.
Correct.
Correct. And I just wanted to.
So before I amend the motion,
I'm confused.
There are concerns with moving spring break. That will impact our 9-week courses.
and that would be the 26, 27 year?
To make a move to spring break,
Okay, then
correct.
we'll just-
It is covered in the following calendar as presented. It is covered.
we'll just leave it as is.
Can I make a substitute motion just to clarify? Just
Yes.
I just want to make sure, so the 26, 27, 27, 28 calendar with the removal of Friday, because there are different dates on, with the removal of Friday as a day off in September before Labor Day to December,
17.
the Friday before Christmas, essentially, making the Thursday the half-day and Friday the teacher workday.
Correct.
I will second your amendment.
Thank you.
Lord, Asher.
President Rooks, members of the board, I am almost there. Give me a moment to finalize this and I'll read it back to you.
Okay, thank you. So Jeff he asked to make an amendment to the first motion of mine and Mrs. Bowles. And he just was clarifying the Friday versus the date because each year is different. So he was just clarifying, making it the Friday, not the 4th, because I said the 4th. So he was just clarifying the actual days versus the number of the day. So, and then I seconded his amendment.
And I'll just add while we're waiting, your instruction is clear on what you'd like to see on the calendar. I don't believe this needs reflected in your motion, but how we're going to make that appear once you see the new model is we're going to move the teacher workday that is currently in July, and that is what's going to replace the light blue colored box on the 18th will now be moved from July to the 18th, and then that light blue color will move over to the 17th. So I just want to make sure you
September,
know.
not July. September 4th, taking that day and moving it to December.
And it will be a no school day, correct? I'm just telling you, it will not appear green as you see it currently. It will appear dark blue because we'll be moving the teacher workday from July. We can't just add an additional teacher workday. We have to move the ones that we already have to that spot. And then, yes, we will take off, the 4th will be a school day. September 4th will be a school day.
And the start date is still August 3rd, is that correct? Okay.
So we're actually in doing this, we're actually taking an additional teacher workday away from them at the beginning of the year in July.
Correct. We
And
would
we're
have to
putting it in
move it
December.
to December 18th.
Okay. And so we don't have any idea how that's going to affect our teachers in giving them only 3 paid workdays versus 4 that they had.
President Rooks, I believe they only have 3 as it sits currently.
Yes.
Whatever one is up on the screen showing in July.
President Rooks, are you prepared for me to read back the motion?
Yes.
Move to approve the green calendars as presented by Mr. Jeff Toby with the update of the removal of the Friday before Labor Day in September as a day off and adding a day off the Thursday before winter break in December.
Yes, that is correct. But Ms. Ewing, Ms. Profit, sorry, I'm trying to listen to Azure, but I believe that was correct. Yes. Can you read it
Would
one
you
more
like me to
time?
reread it?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Move to approve the green calendars as presented by Mr. Jeff Toby with the update of the removal of the Friday before Labor Day in September as a day off and adding a day off the Thursday before winter break in December.
Yes, that is correct.
But there'll be a half day there.
The 17th would be a half day, that
Yes.
Thursday?
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, yes, that doesn't need to be included in your motion. We add in, as Dr. Hernandez shared, we add in all of those, which days are half days, that comes after by educational services.
Okay,
thank
It
you.
does not need to be included in your
Okay,
motion.
great, thank you.
Would you like a voice vote on this matter?
Yes, thank you, Azure.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Nope.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Zeri. Motion passes with 4 yeas and 1 nay. Moving on now to 7.4, second read policy 4-201, Employee Code of Conduct. Welcome.
Excuse me, I don't think your mic is on because we can't hear you.
How's that? Okay, I'll try again. Good evening, President Rooks, members of the Governing Board. We're bringing back the Employee Policy 4-201, the Employee Code of Conduct, for a second read. This is capturing the feedback from the first read that we believe that we were able to capture. So what you'll see in red was the revisions from the first read. Anything that has an underline should be then the second revisions for the second read and any red crossouts. So on the first paragraph, it talks about the standards must be idealistic and at the same time practical. We just removed the idealistic because there were some concerns about the meaning of the word idealistic and how we would define that. So we left it as practical. We cleaned up some language in terms of belong to the public and they serve for the purposes of promoting educational opportunities. And then in the last sentence of that paragraph, we removed the word associates and changed that to parents and graduates. Okay. Further down in the policy, we wanted taking into account that there was some duplication and some overwriting between some of the sections, we went ahead and combined number 1 and number 3. So that way it didn't feel like you had to keep reading the same thing. And then we also added in number 2 references to the professional boundaries and non-grooming policies. So those are those references. As a result, the numbering then changed, and so that's what you see for the remainder of that section. Under the prohibitions, we just added the references to the policies that are referenced within that specific area. So to the drug-free and alcohol-free workplace, to make sure that it was noticed that there's more definition and more work behind or information behind those prohibitions. And then down on number 22, we stated that we wanted to make it more clear about how many days an individual can be absent without work unless covered by the earned paid sick leave without it being an issue. Number 27, excuse me. I looked up the language because I felt that would have been also a question about whether or not there was clarity on that specific area. What I found was that it had left off some key language that was included in statute around this area, so we added in the statutory language as well as the reference to the U.S. Code. Number 30, there was concerns about making sure that we weren't prohibiting teachers from having wish lists or things for their classrooms. And 32, we added the reference to language about learning objectives and without parent permission and reference to the other policy. So I stand for any questions or feedback.
Thank you. We do have one public comment, so I'll do that first and then bring you back up. So you will have 3 minutes. Mia?
Hi, again. So yeah, I just wanted to thank you guys for bringing another great policy forward. I like under the employee shall number 1, where you added together and act in a professional, respectful, and dignified manner. I definitely think it's time to bring back some professionalism to schools and back to education. During and after COVID, I think we got a little lax. I especially think this policy is needed after what I saw on TikTok before she changed her profile to private about the Centennial teacher, Miss Haley Beck. She had a ton of TikToks with her students on her page and on their pages that they recorded with her. And the comments were the most telling, speaking about relationships with students. This was definitely unprofessional and inappropriate. That investigation is still open, but it's been a while, so that tells me something. That's just one example of one bad apple. However, we can't be ignorant to the fact that we probably have some evil groomers and pedophiles in the district now, that there are several investigations of employee preying on children in POSD, many of which will try to quietly resign and shuffle to another district. I am not saying that all teachers and staff and admins are bad and unprofessional. I've worked with many, many wonderful and amazing people. But this policy is a step in the right direction to hold the dangerous few accountable and increasing student safety. So thank you for keeping my kids safe.
That concludes our public comments. Sorry, it's very late. Okay, Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments on this one?
I do. Well, first off, I just want to say the board, cabinet, we worked really hard on this, so great job. This has really turned out to be something of high quality. I also just have to say I am so impressed and honored when I go into the schools to see the work that our staff is doing with our students. And I want to say that much of the stuff that is in here, our staff is already exemplifying in the classrooms. But from the board's perspective, from the board's role, we also have to make sure that we're putting things in place in our policies that ensures those parents and community members that we do have a high standard for our staff. But I don't have, yes, we have things that come forward with employees, but majority of the campuses that I'm on and where I see the staff, they are exemplary in their professionalism and respect in teaching and acting in a dignified manner. So I just want to make sure that's clear. But I don't have any questions on this. I like a lot of the clarification on it. I like the reference to other policies. I think it's still too long, but I think that there's a lot to put in there. But I think it's great to have a reference to other policies. And thank you for adding in on 27, thank you for adding in the extra language in there. That's by the law. I know we just have to put in by law, but there's organizations that have been involved in the overthrow of a government. I know that's not happening at this point in time, but I think we just, anyway, I don't think there's anything else we can add that wouldn't be congruent with law. So the only other thing that I want to point out is if you look at it, it's on this, it's on the item description, it gives the background. It says that who's presenting it and shows the policy. When it says the draft policy was reviewed by attorney Susan Siegel and the agency she's with, I want to note because I had this question one time when we've had first reads of other policies come forward, and I think it might have even been this one that came forward before we had an executive session about it, and I noted that it said the draft policy was reviewed by attorney Susan Siegel, and I talked to Dr. Summers and was like, hey, does this mean that she's approved it? And he said, no, actually what that means is that policy she has seen it and she's reviewed it. That just because it says that it's been reviewed doesn't mean that attorney has approved it. So I just want our community to know when they see that, that doesn't necessarily mean that attorney has approved it. And I don't think that there is a way, because I think I asked this, but I don't think there's a way of actually breaking that attorney-client privilege to actually write down on there that it's got a stamp of approval by her. But I just wanted to let the community know on that. But other than that, I think this is great. I think our board did great work on this. I think our staff and the cabinet did a great work on helping us, and I appreciate the extra work that you went through to really make sure that each of it was congruent with the law and the work that you guys did with our attorney as well. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions or comments?
Just want to say thank you for your work. This is another one that's been a lot of discussion and a long road, and a lot of our suggestions and kind of just tightening it up with the focus of having practical application, right? That's the point of good policy, is so it very clearly spells out expectations, and I especially appreciate with this one that it leads with the shalls. It leads with the this is the good things to do and the good things that are already happening in our district. So this just gets it updated and codified, and grateful to have this version of the policy. So thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I do. Thank you for this. It is very well-written and meticulous, and but the only suggestion that I would make is for 27, join or support organizations that, by the way, this is our Constitution. It's not just federal law. Join or support organizations that advocate, and then add to that, teach, organize groups that teach the overthrow of the government. That's the only thing I would add. Thanks.
Can you repeat that real quick, Mrs. Bowles? I missed that, sorry.
Yes, so number 27, it says join or support organizations that advocate. And then I would add into right there, teach, organize groups that teach the overthrow of the government, and the rest of what that you have in the rest of that sentence.
Okay. Is that all? Good?
Yeah.
Okay. Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, I do. I think that a lot of the input from the community we've incorporated into policies, not just this one, but previous ones that we've done. I think this board does listen. I think this is a clear indication that this board listens to community input and feedback, that we're not just so rigid. I mean, I learn things all the time, and I think that some of the issues that were brought up in a previous meeting on this first read are now incorporated, streamlined it, reviewed by legal, and it's a lot better. As far as to Mrs. Bowles' point, I do disagree a little bit, because I think that sometimes there's curriculum there where we have to teach, or that we should teach, about organizations that do overthrow the government. I think the language of join or support organizations could encompass certain individuals who might advocate for for students to participate or to further such an organization that would do such a thing. So I would advocate that it stays as is.
President Ricks, if I may.
Yes, Mrs. Bowles.
It doesn't say join groups. It is support organizations, advocate, teach, organize groups that teach, overthrowing the government.
And where are you reading that part from? Sorry.
In my notes that I wrote in there.
Oh,
If you look it up, if you look up 18 USC 2385, which is what we're referencing, you could even say written materials, publishing, whatever. This is part of our Constitution, so it's not like it's something that we shouldn't already know, but I think because we are an education organization, that we should have teaching in there. And it's specific to teach the overthrowing of the government.
So you're just saying to copy and paste the language from the U.S. Code? Is that what you're?
Yes and no, because I could copy and paste a lot more in there, but yes. Putting teach teach, organize groups that teach in there before overthrow the government. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I see it under.
Wouldn't that all fall under the word advocate, though?
No, not teach.
So the current language reads join or support in the policy. Ms. Bowles reads join or support organizations that advocate for the overthrow of the government. I'm hearing you wanting to add in the teach part, but then you also made it sound like you were wanting to take off the join. And then it says by force or violence in violation of that, and then it lists the law. So usually when it lists, then we don't have to include, just correct me if I'm wrong, but once we have the whole code listed in there, we don't have to list out the full code because it's referenced in there.
So the reason.
I'm just trying to figure out what you were asking for.
I'm asking for teach, comma, organized groups that teach to be put in that sentence.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, or it says, whoever organizes or helps or attempts to organize any society, group, or assembly of persons who teach, advocate, or encourage the overthrow or destruction of any such government by force or violence. So is there a way that we could add that in there? Is that?
President Rooks, yes. We
Okay.
can do that.
Because we're just basically, I get what you're saying, Ms. Ewing, that it's in the code, but maybe just having it there written in the written form so that somebody doesn't have to go click on the code to go and find what it says specifically, just adding in, I guess, that word if it's from already our law. So,
Yeah, we can do that.
okay, all right, well,
So, President Rooks, if I may.
yes, go ahead.
I would like to move to approve policy 4-201, employee code of conduct as presented, in addition to adding to 27, and I'll read the whole sentence, join or support organizations that advocate, teach, comma, organize groups that teach the overthrow of the government by force or violence in violation of federal law, 18 U.S. Code, Section 2385, the Smith Act.
I'll second.
So we have the motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by Clerk Toby. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks, members of the board, I have moved to approve policy 4-201, employee code of conduct as presented with the addition to number 27, teach, comma, organize groups, comma.
I believe it
Teach.
was, oh, yeah, go ahead, Ms. Bowles.
Teach, comma, organize groups that teach the overthrow of the government.
Move to approve policy 4-201, employee code of conduct as presented with the addition to number 27, teach, comma, organize groups that teach, comma.
Is that correct, Mrs. Bowles?
Yes.
Thank you, Azure.
Sorry, Azure, you still have in there the advocating, teach, you still have everything else in there?
That is correct. This
Okay,
is just
thank
in
you.
addition in between the current language.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Mr. Toby,
Yes.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you so much. All right, moving on now to 7.5, supplemental exhibits to IGA between Westmeck and Peoria Unified School District. Welcome, Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, President Rooks, Clerk Toby, members of the board, superintendent, and our lovely community that is still up this time of night. So this agenda item, just a little background. So we partner with Westmeck, part of our agreement, our IGA, which was already approved for 5 years back in April of 24. It didn't have all of the language that the Auditor General required us to have, or, sorry, I was at Westmec at the time when the Auditor General did the review. And what Westmec now has done to accommodate what those recommendations were was add 2 additional attachments, if you will, and that's what's in front of you this evening. So if you would look at the attachment C, which is the one that talks about how much money they will be giving us in financial support. So the way Westmec works with their funding is we have CTE programs on our campuses, and the students that we educate on our campuses under the CTE programs, Westmec receives 0.25 in ADM for those students. In return, Westmec gives us a portion of that funding back. That is what you see on Exhibit C. The other exhibit is Exhibit B, which talks about all of the support that they give to us in the form of different types of memberships, training our officers, helping us with the certificates of the Department of Education. So you can, I don't have to read all that list, but you have that in your packet. So this evening, what we're asking is, in addition to the original IGA that you approved, we would like you to approve and accept Exhibit B and C with our agreement with Westmec.
Thank you so much. We don't have any public comment tied to this line item. Ms. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
I don't, thank you.
Mrs. Profit, do you have any questions or comments?
None for me.
Mrs. Bowles?
So just to be clear for myself, Westmec is getting 0.25 of our ADM monies for CTE.
Thank you. Yes, President Rooks, Member Bowles, yes, that is accurate. That is part of the funding formula that is in our state statute that allows CTE programs to be on our campuses. That additional funding is for the CTE guidance and support that we receive from Westmec.
Okay.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments? I don't have any questions or comments on this line item, so thank you, Ms. Rodriguez, for presenting. Just need a motion on the floor.
I will motion to approve the addition of the exhibits to the IGA between Westmec and Peoria Unified District as presented.
I'll second.
Motion made by Mrs. Ewing and a second made by Clerk Toby. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfoot?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on now to 7.6, approval to add new cooperative contract for ceramic supplies for fiscal year 2026. Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, President Rooks, Clerk Toby, members of the board, and our superintendent and community. So this item is approving a contract for us to be able to use for the rest of the year. So the contract that we had already had the board previously approve expired on October 13th. So now our purchasing department has gone out and found another contract that's renewed so that we'll be able to continue purchasing items for our students.
All right, thank you. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
I don't, thank you.
Ms. Profit? Okay. Mrs. Bowles? Clerk Toby? I don't have any either, so with that, I just need a motion on the floor.
I'll motion to move to approve the addition of the exhibits to the intergovernment. Whoops, sorry, that's the right one. Is it the right one?
Nope.
So sorry. Move to approve to ratify the addition of the cooperative contract SAVE IFB 26-005 KA-31 ceramic supplies, replacing the expiring contract GPPCS IFB 21-002 PC-26 ceramic supplies that expired on 10/13/25.
I will second. So we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by myself. And you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on now to 7.7, approval to issue request for proposal, RFP, and invitation for bid, IFB. Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, President Rooks, Clerk Toby, and members of the board, and Dr. Summers, and our community. So this evening, you will see on this, there are several RFPs that we, as a district, are requesting you approve for us to go out for. So what the process is we come forward and we bring some of these contracts, as you can see, don't expire till the end of the year. Some of them are expiring in next month or in February. We ask for your authorization to put these proposals together. We submit the proposals, we open the proposals up, if you will, for submittals. And then we will be coming back to you once we've finished that process and asking you to approve the vendors that we think meet the district's needs. So there's a lot of them here. Our Director of Purchasing is here with us this evening. She has her work cut out for her for the next few months because this is a lot of, but this, in us having control over these RFPs or these IFBs, this allows us as a district to make sure that we are getting the vendors that meet our needs. So if you would look on here, one of the things I know you're all excited about is we are going out for an RFP for the walk-in, an online grocery. If you remember, we came to you a while back for award of a contract, and there was only one store that had responded. So I just want to give thank you to Ms. Leslie, our Director of Procurement, because she has actively started reaching out to some of the local grocers, meeting with very high level members of those organizations to say, hey, this is important. It's important to our kids. We really want you to, this is what this means if you respond to our RFP. So she's already started doing the legwork. So I appreciate her for that. But you can see there's various other types of services. So this is just authorizing us to go out for the proposal. We will be bringing these back to you for the final approval once they've been completed.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
No, I just want to say I really appreciate you looking for all the different ways to get us better pricing on everything, just to continue with that fiscal responsibility. So I appreciate that.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions or comments?
Just wanted to say thank you to Ms. Farag, who's doing the heavy lifting with this one, and reaching out and getting people to respond. Who knew it was going to be so difficult getting people to respond when we want to give them money? I mean, for heaven's sakes.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I just want to say thank you again, echoing what Ms. Ewing said, to be physically responsible for our district. And I like what you said, that getting vendors that fit our needs. I have seen vendors on lists that we use and nobody can even answer why we use them. And sometimes it's, we got to paint a wall and we got to have an act of Congress to paint the wall. And it's, $5,000 more $1 million to paint the wall. So I appreciate that because I know that it's a tedious thing, but I think in the long run, it's going to pay off for all of us. So thank you for that.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
No, just thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have any questions, but thank you, Ms. Leslie, for the work that you're about to hopefully, we'll see how we all vote, go through. And just thank you for your work preparing this for tonight as well. So thank you. With that, I just need a motion on the floor.
I will motion to approve the issuance of request for proposal, RFP, and invitation for bid, IFB, as listed below to meet the needs of the district. The awards will be for 1 year with up to 4 additional 1-year renewals.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Ewing and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 7.8, approval of emergency procurement EMER 11-325-walk-in and online grocery store purchases for culinary and other educational purposes. Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, President Rooks, Clerk Toby, members of the board, Superintendent Summers, and our community. So the purpose for this is as we've discussed prior, our contract is running out. Smart and Final, we've awarded them, but they are not meeting all of our needs, nor are they convenient for some of our schools to purchase from them. So Ms. Barwick has engaged with our auditors, and the solution is so that we can get through the end of the year is for you to authorize us to, I guess for lack of a better word, go outside of the procurement standard rules of the limits that we have imposed by law and say, you know what, it is an emergency for us to purchase food from other vendors, even though they may not be on an approved list, because of the needs of our students. And this will get us through for the rest of the year until we can come back before you with that RFP award. So we're asking you this evening to authorize us to do an emergency procurement for food until we can get back in front of you with the RFP.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Ms. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
No, you just said that this would take us through the end of this school year, right? So that we can get through that whole procurement process.
Yes, President Rooks, Member Ewing, that is correct. It will, but we're hoping that we can get back in front of you with this RFP and get some vendors on board that we can start using.
Great.
Thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions? All right. Ms. Bowles, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I do have a question. Why would it take a year to get that RFP? Or you're just saying it might take that long?
Yes, thank you. President Rooks, Member Bowles, it may take that long, it may not. But in
Okay.
the meantime, this is kind of like the gap to fill in until we can get back in front of you. It'll probably take a couple of months by the time you go through the whole process of getting the solicitations back and getting it back on a board agenda and those types of things. So it'll probably be January, February when we bring it back to you.
So how is that okay for us to do that?
Thank you. Yes, President Rooks, Member Bowles, yes, this is a process that we have vetted through our auditors to make sure that because of the special circumstances around this, that yes, this would be deemed as an emergency.
Okay, and then as you're choosing the online grocers, can we continue with online grocers, or is it more expensive? I mean, it seems like that's where we're going anyway. I mean, can we continue, can we add the online grocer option on our procurement, RFP, sorry?
Yes, thank you, President Rooks. Member Bowles, yes, that it will be part of the procurement solicitation that we'll be sending out.
Okay, then I just have one more thing to add. When I was in the district, and I'm sure this is still true, every Albertsons had their own little thing for their community, so your local Albertsons would donate a lot of things to this district. And I was one on, board booster clubs that got them involved, but they want to help in the community. So just a side note. Thanks.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
No, thank you.
I don't have any either. So with that, I just need a motion on the floor.
I'll motion to approve the emergency procurement EMER 111325 walk-in and online grocery store purchases for culinary and other educational purchases as presented.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Clerk Toby and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. And if we could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. And I just want to check on board members. Do you need just a 5-minute break before we begin our next item? So we're going to recess for 5 minutes. Back from our recess. So Dr. Summers, we're moving on to 8 discussion items, 8.1 election results and budget planning implementations for fiscal year 2026-2027.
Thank you, President Rooks, governing board members. Good evening again. Do thank you for the opportunity to present to you on obviously what is a very heavy and very important topic. So I'm going to do this rather clinically. A, because we're a little late in the hour, and B, because we're not necessarily solving this big issue tonight. However, the purpose of our presentation is to ensure that our community, as well as how we're working together through this issue from a district leadership perspective, will help set the stage and set the tone for how we are approaching what the outcome of the election is, and how that informs our future budget planning for this upcoming fiscal year. So if you'll allow me to start with this presentation. Let me just make sure I toggle correctly here. Okay, so this is not a new slide to you. You know that this is our strategic focus and framework, and helps express and highlight what our central focus and mission will continue to be through everything that we do, which is student success, alongside our strategic priorities of learning and teaching, safety and wellness, parent and community engagement, and stewardship of resources. So the reason I wanted to share this slide as a prompt and a reminder is that all of our decisions ahead will be measured against this framework. And one of the essential questions that I think we'll be asking as we work on these next steps is, how do we preserve what matters most with some very challenging budget decisions in front of us, particularly looking at how our decisions will impact student success while meeting our fiscal obligations. So tonight we're just going to go through each of these rather briefly, and we will start with just a recap of our election results, moving into fiscal realities and required adjustments. I'll just give a quick nod to Mrs. Rodriguez in that space as well, and her team, because obviously there's a lot that we need to make sense of in terms of what those realities are and how we're approaching the framework for those adjustments. And then more importantly, in terms of thinking about what this process will include and a suggested timeline, as well as guiding principles for decision making, I just wanted to elevate our current thoughts as a district leadership cabinet in regards to how we're approaching those principles as well as the process and timeline, and then touch on what communication and community engagement will look like through this process, and then invite, of course, any governing board questions and feedback. So this slide, as much as we may be continuing to look at it with a hope of some shift, is the unofficial but still final results of the election. So as you can see here, the total ballots cast were 44,657 with a turnout of 27.64%, 51.43% of voters voting no, 48.57% voting yes. You may be aware, or this may be new information for you, in a next level look, specifically wanting to call out the total votes cast at that 27.64% rate. And of those total 44,657, there were 1,110 undervotes, meaning ballots that were received that did not have a yes or a no on our item. And then the overvotes actually alludes to ballots that were received that had a yes and a no checked. So just interesting from the perspective of what that may tell us about awareness and engagement. And again, the result is what it is, so what will our response be? So let's just make sure to ground ourselves in what the reality is first. This is not a new graph. As you know, we are now in a period of sunsetting the current override that had been previously approved. So what that means for the upcoming fiscal year 27 is an $11 million reduction. And I think it is important to note, because I hear often, well, we just have to cut 11 million, right? Well, no, we have to cut 33 million over 3 years. Now that certainly does invite an opportunity to consider what does next fiscal year look like in a potential ask of the community, but without going into all those details, let's just acknowledge that we are now facing that 33 million over the next 3 years as a fiscal cliff. and this is not new information to you either, what we are currently funding out of the M&O override as expenditures for this fiscal year includes $3 million towards supplemental support for extracurriculars and athletics, $22.4 million in different school-based supports, including class size, physical education, nurses, assistant principals, reading and gifted, band, choir, and art, as well as compensation for all staff at $3.5 million and all-day kinder support at $4.2 million for a grand total of $33.1 million. So one of the activities that our business and finance team is already engaging in under Mrs. Rodriguez's leadership is making sure that we are looking at how all of those funds are currently being expended line by line across all of these different items so that we have clarity in that specific allocation of funds and what those impacts look like collectively. In addition to the override failure, it is also important to think about the bigger picture. And that bigger picture consists of other factors that, as you know, really are the foundational components of what builds out our expenditure budget. I should add here, as you also know, that we have about a $330 million expenditure budget every year. So we are talking about a 10% deficit that we'll be facing again over the next 3. And one of the variables that we do have to account for in that process is declining enrollment. So we are currently projecting another up to 1,000 students who may not be enrolling with us for next year. And without deep diving that item right now, we know there's a lot of variables and a lot of factors that we have to consider there. But from a budgetary perspective strictly, we are talking about the potential of $5.7 million of lost revenue. As we look and will continue to look very closely at those state and federal funding impacts, there are some unknowns. We will definitely have some projections that we will continue to be working with, but it is important to elevate the fact that there are some variables that we know are outside of our control in that space, and so how do we plan for those? And then I do think it's important just to also mention from this perspective that the application or allocation of reserves as this board took action last year from a priority angle to fund staff compensation increases, that $5.3 million that did come from reserves is something that we would elevate as not really a great solution as to how we're moving forward. In other words, it just cannot be a recurring expense. We were very conscious of that last year or the year that we're currently in, but the bottom line is as we have a decline in revenue while costs are increasing, and when I say costs, there's a whole host of them, so everything from insurance premiums, to energy costs, to other subscriptions and other programs or products that we utilize, those continuing to increase. Recognizing that one-time funds themselves are not sustainable, we are going to be facing structural changes that are going to be required to achieve fiscal balance. So the purpose of this slide is to really then just at a very high level speak to some initial general areas that will require our close analysis and overall adjustment. And that starts from a staffing and a compensation perspective. And when 80+% of our budget is people, we know that as we engage in this work, we will have to look very, very closely at the distribution of those people resources. Obviously, alongside that, looking very closely at what are all the different programs that we offer, how sustainable are they, possible consolidations or revisions to those programs, as well as how we think about our overall operational and organizational structure. So at a very, again, high level here, just thinking about how do we redesign to maximize resources, again, keeping them as close to students as possible. And then I do want to call out the fact that our master capital planning process, which we are continuing to move forward with, will also help frame some very, I think, on one hand, exciting and innovative types of opportunities. On the other hand, they will have some tremendous impacts that we are going to have to weigh in that process as well. And so the way that I would frame this for you and the way that I've shared it already in a few different staff presentations up to this point is really everything is on the table. And everything should be on the table as we think about what these structural transformation opportunities are. This cannot be done with a scalpel or just trimming of edges. The scale of the change will affect positions, it will affect programs, it will affect services across the entire organization. And then just reminding you all of what you already know, that the legal obligations that are in front of us year over year is adopting a balanced budget as we maintain adequate reserves and make those decisions required on a statutory timeline. Now, with that in mind, you know the final adoption of a budget does not occur until June into July. So we don't have the luxury of waiting around till that time to make some really hard decisions. So what we're going to share with you are our current thoughts about this budget development process and related timeline, and again are open to your thoughts and feedback in this process. But starting now, we will be working on some preliminary budget scenarios and reduction options that we will be bringing forth to you. That will involve a deep analysis of enrollment trends, staffing ratios, and programmatic costs. It will also involve, as you would appreciate, opportunities for community, parent, staff engagement. And so we are going to be working very diligently while, on one hand, this is a period where we get the benefits of some breaks and things of that nature. As Marcy and I have talked quite a bit, we're going to be working very diligently to produce and prepare materials for an upcoming board study session that I know we are identifying as early as January 8th. To review some preliminary recommendations. And I would request that we have enough time to bring forth comprehensive recommendations that we can say that we have gone through some initial vetting of, with some of those preliminary recommendations, again, being brought forward to you at that January 8th study session, alongside the continuation of community engagement through different channels and through different opportunities. And based on the feedback that you all have, as well as what we're hearing from our community, we envision refining those budget scenarios based on board direction and that community input. And then looking very closely at how we formalize and begin to finalize what those recommendations will be. So I don't know that I can fully define exactly the scope of that whole list of recommendations, but one thing that we do want to be clear about is making those decisions as early as possible, particularly as they may affect staff. And I think we owe it to our people to give them advance notice, particularly in the event that a position may not be one that we can continue with. We do have policies that help support that, and of course we want to make sure that we're providing as much transitional support for our employees in that space, pending what those decisions may be. That being said, we also want to make sure that we are identifying two very important dates in the spring, which is the issuance of certified or teacher contracts. The earliest that we can issue those contracts is March 15th. That happens to be a Sunday in 2026, so we would likely be bringing forward, assuming we have a board meeting, I believe it would be the 13th, would be a Thursday of that, that would still be a timeline that we would be meeting so that we could issue those contracts for what we know we will be able to allocate with those positions. And then we did something very similar in this timeline last year in the issuance of administrative contracts on April 15th. So that's our current projected timeline for those pieces. And then, of course, to the degree that we have clarity on exactly how that final budget adoption process will be achieved, we will be looking very closely at how we are beginning to implement those plans. And then I do just want to plant a seed for you all. And of course, there's a lot of conversation, a lot of consideration prior to any recommendation being brought forward. But I just want to elevate the fact that any fall 2026 ballot initiatives that this board may be considering approving, we would envision bringing forth a recommendation to you all as early as March into April to ensure that we're meeting required timelines along those parameters. And then as we continue to navigate this process, our current thinking and recommendations that we have for your consideration would be, at a minimum, these 5 principles. So we'll start with what I think should be assumed, but it doesn't hurt to iterate because this truly is keeping our students at the core, prioritizing decisions that are going to minimize the direct impact on student learning and the outcomes that are so important. Obviously, we will commit to transparency and engaging with our staff, our parents, and the community about honesty, or with honesty about those challenges and trade-offs. Particularly as, and I think it was mentioned earlier tonight, the community did speak with the vote, right? So I believe that demonstrates an expectation from leadership to consider what those challenges and what those trade-offs will look like. We do obviously need to be thinking from a both fair and comprehensive perspective. We want to consider the impacts across all of our schools and all student populations. We don't want to find ourselves in a position where we're picking or choosing one school or another for any particular reason, and we obviously want to think about how this affects all of our students in the district. And then certainly be thinking about how this is a strategic decision. How do we align these reductions with longer-term district goals and do the best we can to avoid the short-term fix that can create larger future problems. And then, of course, last but not least, being fiscally responsible, maintaining structural budget balance, and keeping in mind those adequate reserves. So that brings us back to where we started, which is, again, utilizing our strategic framework, again, as a benchmark. Certainly, we do have key performance indicators that we've established over the course of this year that we'll be tracking. I think this is also an opportunity for us as we work through the lens of the strategic plan to start thinking beyond just 1 year at a time, but really what's that 3 to 5 to multi-year type of plan that we can ensure that we are honing in on the right measures and the right goals that are driving this forward. And so again, communication, and community engagement reflects exactly what we're doing through this process here this evening. I will, again, I sort of alluded to this, let you know that we have communicated the essence of what we're sharing here with you, and we'll continue to communicate that with all staff. And then we are anticipating and gearing up for a public launch of budget information and engagement opportunities as early as December, as soon as we get back from Thanksgiving, with the ongoing opportunity for regular updates through multiple channels to encourage structured opportunities, again, for meaningful community input. And with that, concludes the presentation. So I stand ready for any questions or feedback that you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. So board members, again, we're going to have a bigger board retreat. So if you could keep your comments and questions kind of shorter with it being 11 p.m. So Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
First off, I just want to say that.
Actually, Mrs. Ewing, I apologize. We do have public comment tied to these this line item, so we will start with that first. First public comment is from Suzanne Yee.
Thank you, Board, Cabinet, Dr. Summers. Leaders take responsibility. This board are the district's leaders. Melissa Ewing, Becky Proudfit, thank you for walking the walk and not just talking the talk by your work to get the override passed. The community recognized your efforts. Attending one partisan LD meeting and asking for support of the override is, in my opinion, basically no effort. No phone banking, no passing out override lit at schools or sporting events, no walking the community and talking to voters, no passing out signs. Imagine, excuse me, if all 5 board members got together and worked with the PAC, what the outcome could have been. Maybe we would have had more community members voting. Will you show leadership by taking accountability for not working to pass this override, or just make excuses? Do you think you could have done more? You chose to go out for the 15% override after Melissa Ewing said that the community would more likely support a 13% override, which was just a continuation. Ms. Rooks stated that the community would get behind this new board and support a tax-raising 15% override. Apparently, they didn't. You spent the last bond election telling the community to vote no because the district wasn't being fiscally responsible. Why would they trust you when this time you told them to vote yes? The community, families,
students and staff are watching for what you say up on the dais and what you actually do. Show leadership, take accountability. Thank you.
Next public comment is Trina Berg.
Good evening for the final time. There's a lot to say about this situation right now, besides just extreme disappointment. Now my ask is that prior to contracts being issued, that we have a full scope of what's going to happen, because none of us should have to sign our contracts not knowing if we're going to have furlough days, not knowing if we're going to have to increase class sizes by 5 to 10 students, not knowing if elementary art, band, music, PE might be cut because that's the specials, that's the prep time for our elementary teachers, not knowing what the outcomes might be, not knowing what our healthcare cost increases are going to be. Please do not ask us to sign our contracts in March without the full scope of what's going to happen. I'm not entirely sure based on this presentation tonight. I know it appears that you're going to ask for feedback, but I mean, earlier tonight I learned that you don't really care about the feedback from anybody. So again, just do what you're going to do and just do it. Don't ask for like feedback if you're not going to listen. You are elected to your positions. So just do what you're going to do. But I'm going to tell you right now, it appears that the community doesn't trust you either, because they didn't get behind what you wanted. I think that would have been different if there would have been a more concerted effort. But again, you didn't. So now just do what you're going to do. Cut what you're going to cut. Cuts are inevitable, and they're going to be deep, and they're going to hurt everybody. The community basically said they don't want these things that our override pays for. So start making the cuts. Be open and honest about it and do what you're going to do, and do it quickly. Because we have to sign contracts in a very, very few short months. And we should not have to like find out later what's going to happen. So please speed up your deadlines, do it as quickly as you can, and make the tough choices that you now have to make because you didn't make it happen. You are the leadership of this district. And it's unfortunate that this is where we're at. So be a leader. Stand up, say what you're going to cut, do it, and do it quickly so we can make our decisions for our students, whether or not we want to keep them here. My God, if my son was not going into high school and he like lost art, music, PE, or whatever in the elementary, I'd pull him. I'd put him in Deer Valley. That's where I live. I choose this district for my kids. Some of us won't leave, but some of us, especially the early teachers early in their career, they could jump ship right now and go somewhere else and probably make more money because our salary is paid by this, part of the salary is paid by the override. So hurry up and make your decisions and make your cuts. And if you're not going to listen to what the community and staff say, then don't even ask us. Thank you.
Dr. Summers, that concludes our public comments. So Mrs. Ewing, do you have just any quick comments or questions?
Thank you, President Rooks. I didn't want to be in this situation. I think I said to you at one of the launches that I didn't want to have to be up here making this decision. And so that's why I pushed every day to do what I could to reach just one more voter and to advocate, because I think we have amazing staff and programs in Peoria Unified. But one of the things, I do have a question for you, Dr. Summers, after I make a statement. One of the things that I really want us to consider is that over the last, 4 or 5 elections, that we really need to look at the communities that continually come out and support us on the ballot. And we need to be making sure that those communities are protected, and that the communities that are not supporting us and not supporting us at the ballot, which they're telling us, hey, we don't want to have to pay for your kids for education. So we need to stop investing in those communities. If this were a business and the community around that business was not willing to invest in them and shop at that store would close. So I think we need to really start considering and looking at what are the communities that are supporting us on the ballot and make sure that when we look at cuts and schools and all of that, that we are protecting those communities that have continually come out and support. So that's my one comment. I did,
Ms. Ewing, I just have a quick question with that. Are you saying that, so a specific area that might be, I don't know, Zuni Hills Elementary, let's just say that area around Zuni Hills Elementary, we're going to stop investing into Zuni Hills Elementary based on how someone votes?
what I'm saying is there is not full, I don't have full data to like identify an area, but right now in this district, we have communities that may end up feeling more of the brunt of this because we have other communities who continue to vote against the best needs of this district. And if we think about our district as a business, we have to think about where we should be investing our money, because every time we bring a school to a community, we're investing in that community. And if that community is not, if they've shown at the ballot box for the last 10 years that they haven't supported us, then maybe that part needs to be annexed out of our area. I don't know, but it just doesn't make sense for us to continue to put our investment in those communities that don't support us.
President Rooks,
So I'm just saying to make that a consideration, and we don't have the data. That's just my prerogative, and the rest of the board may not agree with me, but that's my statement. But I do have a question that is completely unrelated to that. So, and it was just two questions, actually. One was something that I saw, and I'm sure you'll be bringing this forward, is I saw that we're looking at, I think it's APS rates that are possibly going up 20%.
I think the projection is currently 14%.
14%, okay. 14%, and so I know that will be something that as we look at what that initial cost is going to be for our schools.
And what I will just say real quick, Mrs. Ewing, without trying to take the question away from you, is that that is one of the variables that I alluded to earlier with respect to some of the unknowns, because that would be well, I'm not sure that's a statewide application because I think we're specifically talking about APS, but ultimately that is an unknown because even though that's an option, that doesn't mean that that's going to be the eventual outcome. So it's just one of those many variables that we're going to have to really be clear about so that we can plan appropriately.
Okay, and then the other thing is, and I'm sure you'll be looking at this, is where might we have opportunities to do contract renegotiations to bring down costs? And I believe that would be things that, but just to, and as we go forward with any sort of contracts that we're going to be filling out, just making sure that we have that flexibility as we're making decisions. So
yes, I think that could line up in one of those potential guiding principles. Is keeping in mind what flexibilities are available to us.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Ms. Proudfit, do you have any questions or comments?
Just one question. Is facilities going to be part of this discussion? What I mean is closing schools. And I'm not saying that selling a school is going to infuse a bunch of money, but what I'm saying is the consolidation of the staff and overhead of running under-enrolled schools. Is that, I just want to know that that's going to factor into the long term.
President Rooks, Mrs. Proudfit, we anticipate, we plan on the January 8th meeting to not only bring forward the budgetary dynamics that we're talking about, but also share with you all of the feedback and all of the possibilities. And I'll frame it that way for now and just use that term, what's possible, recognizing that if that is one of the directions that it becomes one of the recommendations that we would pursue, that we can help demonstrate what those costs are that are associated with potential closure or consolidation. So as I said earlier, yes, everything is on the table.
Yeah, that would be great if you could include at least the options of how that could impact. That's something that I would be really interested.
And can I add just one more thing?
Yeah.
Again, I apologize because
No, you're good.
there's so many things that we're trying to anticipate through that conversation. And master capital planning does not only mean closure consolidation. It means bigger picture, longer range, future growth. So that's why I
Right.
allude to the term
It's a much
what's
bigger
possible.
conversation.
Yes.
But it's a conversation I'm very anxious to have, so.
Yeah, and we're excited to bring to you what the data will reflect. So we
Right.
will have both the quantitative data as it pertains to our conditions, our capacity, as well as the qualitative data pertaining to adequacy and suitability of each of our sites in a comprehensive manner. And I don't believe that's something that we've necessarily had available to the board in as comprehensive a manner as what we're envisioning. So we're excited about how that partnership and how that work is going to yield that type of result to help make some informed decisions.
Great. And that's part of January 8th, is what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
Well, first, I'm a little bit concerned by Ms. Ewing's comment because lest we forget that money is going into your local school, whether you vote or don't vote, it still comes out of our paychecks. And to segregate a community, I don't support that, and I just want to say that, and I don't really know what you mean by that, but I am concerned about that. It was on the ballot. People chose to vote or they didn't choose to vote. We move forward. I'm going to choose to quote Charlie Kirk, who says, "Get married, have children, and build a legacy." One of the reasons that we don't have enrollment is because we literally don't have children, whether that's from abortion or you're just choosing not to have children. But that is a part of this, the percentage. Is there a problem? So the blame game could go on forever, and I'm not going to choose to do that. We need to move forward and work this out, and I think we can. And I think we can do better at showing our constituents that we are making changes. Maybe, putting that out there more often, because I was hearing that DEI is still in our district and, things like that. So I didn't see that number, the 1,100, that they voted for yes and no. Like, what the heck was that? That's crazy. I didn't even.
Mrs. Bowles, specifically 1,110 that did not vote on the item. So what that means from an undervote perspective is we received a ballot, but not a vote on that specific ask.
Okay, I thought you said it was
The
like yes and no.
6 overvotes are the yes and no.
Okay, got it. Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
Well, relative.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so that, it is what it is. We need to move forward and stop blaming each other or things or people or segregating people in their community. We just need to move forward and figure it out. And I think we have the capacity in our district with the cabinet we have to think outside the box. And, well, it's not where we want to be. I think we can pave a way to show that we can think outside the box. And whether that's, I've heard things like, obviously renting out buildings for other schools and yada, yada. But we have so many school districts in this state that it's insane. Even borrowing or working together with, we don't have an ELA teacher. Well, we have one down the road. Can we share? There's a lot of ways that we can be better and be more accountable for the monies that we have. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
I think since the very beginning, Dr. Summers, I said, build your team, and we would support you with that. And I think that you've assembled a team that has the capacity to really provide that deep analysis. And I also think that this is the board with the cross-section of experience to make these difficult decisions. I don't think anybody up here on the board was wanting this to fail. And being solutions-oriented, like, I'm looking forward to the presentations because we do need to provide people with a timely answer, and we do need to be open and transparent in everything else that you listed. But I believe in your capacity, sir, and also your team, and I also believe that this board has the capacity to make these decisions, so.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions. I want to really dive deep into the board retreat so that we can brainstorm ways that the funding not affecting the schools as much as possible. And I think with Mrs. Bowles, what you were hinting at, because I think I remember this in Ms. Rodriguez's past presentations, is it's the birth rate. The birth rate has declined in our areas. So there's not a higher birth rate, so we're not getting as much kindergarten students. So I don't know if that helps the community kind of understand that perspective. And so I think I'm looking forward to that governing board retreat so that we can dive deep into what we can all come together to figure out the plan.
Thank you, President Rooks, Governing Board. And on a quick side note, since we are already establishing January 8th as that date, I know we haven't officially assigned a meeting to that date yet. So that will be an item for our next meeting, December 10th. So, but I do think it's helpful for our community to know that there will be a lot happening on that day. We will have a full day of work in front of us, and that will actually be the board's first meeting of the year, an organizational meeting, and approve the rest of the meeting schedule for the 26 calendar year.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes,
I
Ms.
just
Ewing.
had a question about that January 8th meeting. On the January the 8th,
Yes.
will there be, should the board expect to have any sort of feedback from the community at that time or as the result of that meeting? Just, I don't know if you've worked out all those details, but.
We do, and thank you, President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, we do anticipate with our preliminary scenarios, and by the way, as soon as those are becoming formalized, you will also receive, so actually, we will likely be presenting to you both leading up to the release of any of that survey information as well as where we are with initial feedback that's coming in. I anticipate every meeting, so even December 10th, giving you just updates as we continue to go. Certainly, if you have any other questions, let me know. But yes, we would envision having that first wave of feedback. And what I will add to that is that it will likely be a forced ranking of what are the different costs relative to the different items. And in a way of thinking about that, Mrs. Rodriguez and I have had a number of these conversations, really asking the community, if you were having to build the budget, what would you rank first, second, third in terms of what those cuts would look like? So we anticipate having all of that as well as our preliminary recommendations at that time.
Great. If no further questions or comments, we are supposed to move on to 9 consent agenda. So I don't know, Dr. Summers, we usually have an agenda item there to approve the whole thing. So I don't know if that just went approved through the entire, at the beginning, address agenda, I'm guessing, right?
President Rooks, if I may, I just noticed that as well, that I did fail to add that agenda item that approves the entire consent. If we want to continue with a motion to approve the consent agenda, if we approve on the first one, it will also approve the remainder of the items. If that's, I'm getting a nod from Mrs. Aries, so.
Okay. All right. So we will move on to 9 consent agenda, 9.1, minutes from October 23rd, 2025 governing board meeting. So those are our meeting minutes.
President Rooks, if maybe the motion would include the meeting minutes as well as the remainder of the consent agenda items, that would probably be very helpful.
Okay.
A motion to approve 9.1, including the rest of the consent agenda.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Clerk Toby and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. And Azure, if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Brooks, could you please repeat the motion, or the motion and the second?
Yeah, Clerk Toby motioned the first, and second was Mrs. Proudfit.
Thank you. I apologize. Move to approve 9.1 and the rest of the consent agenda as presented.
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Can I ask a question right now?
I do not believe so because we've already had a board member give their response.
Oops, sorry. I'm going to say undecided on that.
So that would be.
Would that be abstain?
Abstain.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 4 yeas, 1 abstain. So moving now on to 11, closing call to the public. 11.1, request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. We do not have any public comments turn in for the end. So moving on to 12, informational reports. 12.1, report on upcoming meetings and events. Mrs. Airy.
President Rooks, members of the board, nothing to add to the report you have this evening.
Great, thank you. So moving on to 12.2, legislative, state, and local updates. Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you, President Rooks, members of the board. So the only update that I would have was the results of our election, and we've shared that information with the board this evening.
Thank you. Moving on to 12.3, report on requested future agenda items is available on our website here. Moving on to 13, other business. 13.1, budget report for the month of October 2025 is also available. Moving on to 13.2, request for agenda items for future governing board meetings. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any requests?
I have 2. I just request for Mrs. Airy that when we have recognitions, that if we can make sure we're always including the new, is it Dr. Summers? What's the new one that he, Summer Spotlight?
President Rooks, Summer Spotlight, yes.
If you can just make sure that that's included when we have the recognitions. I was super excited about that program.
Thank you.
And then I would need a second, I guess, so that that's included.
I will second.
And then I just would, I would like to make a request to our board, is that our cabinet has quite a heavy lift with, between the facilities, master planning, and now reconfiguring this whole budget and what that's going to look like in trying to not make too many requests so that they can do this heavy lifting, and that we can allow them to focus on the academics and then allow them to focus on the heavy lifting of the facilities and the heavy lifting of the budget reform that we're going to have to do. So that's just my request. Thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any requests?
I do. I just want to request this so that it's has an opportunity to be seconded and is just on the books, just so the public is aware. I just wanted to request a vote pertaining to the reinstatement of Coach Benton as soon as, why do I always say it wrong? I say it Benton. You all know what I'm talking about. Wrestling coach at Liberty High School, as soon as possible.
I will second that.
Thank you. And when I say as soon as possible, I mean with the conclusion of all the things, but just wanted it formalized so that the community was aware.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any other requests?
I do. I got a text from a student in our district the other day, and I apologize because I would have sent out an email prior, but it literally was yesterday. They went to an event. It started out, Mrs. Bowles, they're not standing for the pledge, which made me laugh because I'm like, where are you at? It wasn't at the district nor at any of our schools. They were at Arizona Association of Student Council, which was held at another location, not on our campuses. I was told that the speaker, his title is, his literal professional title, racial literacy coach and trainer. And I just want someone to investigate this. I don't know, what I'm being told is that Stuco paid for this event. And I'll just read you a couple of items that this gentleman has on his website or social media. I don't know, I won't read that one. The U.S. government has been compromised by a white supremacist, neo-fascist, religious extremist regime. Unite across lines, differences for our safety. There's a lot of things I could read in there. I'm not going to. I don't know. It's sickening to me that we have to. I'm honored to protect this generation. I will do that till my last breath. But it's sickening that we have to continue to babysit adults that seem to be salivating over our children, and we've got, like, we should be doing business like going to, fundraising or something for our district, It's just, I would like somebody to look into if Stucco paid for that and report back to the board.
I will second for you. All right, Clerk Toby, do you have any future requests?
Not this time.
I just had, I guess, kind of follow up to Mrs. Proudfit. You beat me to it. So just to have, putting it out there so that executive session, once Liberty investigation is complete, so it's just formalized with regards to the whole Liberty wrestling situation.
I will second.
Okay. And then also having an executive session when there's updates regarding the Centennial High School investigation as well.
I will second.
Thank you. And then, let me see, I think that's, yep, that's it. So no other future requests. Just moving on to 14 adjournment, 14.1 adjournment. I just need a motion to adjourn.
I motion to adjourn.
I second. Oh, I think I beat you there.
Take it.
I was trying to hurry because I know everyone's tired. So Mrs. Bowles made the motion, Azure, and I seconded before Clerk Toby. And if you can run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. The board meeting is adjourned at 11:35 p.m.